I'm very happy to greet everyone who sees us today and who is now near us. We are talking about some distance because the symposium that is dedicated to the exhibition we are opening tonight, the exhibition by Lee Bul, the one we're opening in Manege, is dedicated to a big discussion about the place that Russian avant-garde occupies in the world art, in the global art, and the way it influences global art today. Our today's symposium will be pretty lengthy, but the content is very exciting. The first session will be moderated by the Rector of the Academy of Fine Arts, Semyon Mikhailovsky, and Mrs. Kim, curator of the exhibition. I'm really grateful to everybody who participated in the curation of the exhibition, in the launching of this exhibition. We are looking into the future, like all great artists who are now reliving this cultural heritage of the past. They're looking into the future. Thanks, everyone, and I give the floor to Semyon Mikhailovsky, and we begin our work. Thank you. Thank you, Pavel. We have an unusual format for our meeting. We have online broadcast between St. Petersburg and Seoul. We have time difference. You already have your evening there. We have like morning time. We have amazing curators, leaders of the museums, of famous world museums. We'll hear a lot of interesting stuff. For me, it's a very unusual format because nothing replaces human communication, but we live in this reality and there's not much we can do. We're keeping social distance, hopefully safe, and we'll ask questions and get deep and full answers. For the first time, we're having an exhibition by a Korean artist in Manege. I guess this is the biggest exhibition we ever had in Russia from Korea, and Korea is a very important partner for us. We're in constant dialogue, but we've never had an exhibition of this scale. We thought of having, this East-West topic in the center of the exhibition, but it got developed. We have this huge Zeppelin that is large. It becomes larger than Manege. For the first time, we have an object in Manege that feels larger than the building itself. And we have this huge object. If we could, we'd get on this Zeppelin and go to Seoul. When you see it, you want it to float, to drift somewhere else, somewhere where there's no pandemic, to the utopian space. And utopia is something we're talking about today because when we're talking about utopia, we are often looking up. We are talking about a different life, about being in a different space, in a bit different environment. We're aiming to the sky. And Russian artists created works about this voyage, this constant striving up to the celestial environment. And the works by Russian artists presented within the exhibition have a very strong connection with the works by the Korean artist Lee Bul, who can now see us on screen, I hope. And we'll have a discussion, not only for the which will be understood not only by people present here, but in Berlin and in other cities. Lee Bul had her exhibitions in major museums. She had an exhibition in Berlin, in Tokyo, in Hayward Gallery in London. And we're very happy that in St. Petersburg, the exhibition is linked to Russian avant-garde, and this link, this connection, enables a discussion about Lee Bul and Russian avant-garde. So this is the major topic today. Despite the fact that Russian avant-garde was a hot topic in 1970s, 80s, 90s, the turn of the century, and it felt like we know everything about it and we've said it all. However, this link with the West, with the East, is probably the field we haven't traveled yet, and this is a field, this is an environment where we can find new aspects. We're now. We'll be listening to Mrs. Kim, the president of the Gwangju Biennale and the curator of the Utopia Saved exhibition. She sent us her greeting and the words she's going to say. She's going to tell about what it took to prepare this exhibition during the pandemic. And I give the floor to Mrs. Kim.
Welcome to the International Symposium Utopia Saved, Lee Bul on the Russian avant-garde. I'm very happy to give an introduction speech as a curator of Lee Bul's exhibition, which is opening in a few hours at Manege Central Exhibition Hall, St. Petersburg. First, I'd like to thank Pavel, Prigara and Anna Kirikova for inviting me to curate Lee Bul's first solo exhibition in Russia at Manege. It's been a great pleasure working with Lee Bul as always. Working closely with Lee Bul again has been a reminder that she is indeed an exceptional artist with a limitless world inside her. I also thank Semyon Mikhailovsky for inviting me to co-moderate this symposium event, which celebrates not only Lee Bul's exhibition but also the 30th anniversary of Korean-Russian diplomatic relationship. My talk today will briefly explain about the exhibition. Utopia Saved is Lee Bul's first solo exhibition in Russia, and for the first time presents the Korean artist's work together with work by Russian avant-garde artists that have inspired her. The exhibition focuses on the architecture, sculpture, environmental installation, and drawings that Lee Bul has produced since 2005. The year she began her journey of inquiry into the history of modernity and modernism. Her exploration has resulted in art that incorporates this history in part through references to modernist architecture, utopian literature, and constructivism, as well as her own memory and experience. For the first time, the exhibition focuses on that recent phase of her practice, and this is the first time her works are presented alongside their references. Lee Bul and I thank Manege for supporting our idea of including works by Russian avant-garde artists in the exhibition. It would have not been possible without Manege and other Russian institutions who have helped with the research and loan. I also thank the Korea Foundation for International Cultural Exchange and Republic of Korea, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism for their generous support and encouragement. There are many people I need to thank, especially I give gratefully thanks to the excellent teams at Studio Lee Bul in Seoul and Manege in St. Petersburg. Miriam Lee, Jihyun Choi, Namji, Jenny Ji Hwang, Olga Romanova, Vera Reichet, Svetlana Jenina, Vadim Semik, and Alexandra Kovaliova. I also thank Anna Kirikova for initiating this amazing project and Sujin Lee for co-creating this exhibition. I'm confident to say that we all made one great team and together have been able to work through many unexpected challenges during the COVID-19 crisis. You will see that Lee Bul's exploration of the utopia aspiration of modernism are very relevant in 2020 and onward. As the pandemic leads us to look back at our past anew, while the utopian modernists look forward to the future, Lee Bul looks back into the past modernity and its enduring resonances for inspiration, introspection, and contemplation of humanity. Most of the idea and design by the avant-garde artists and architects of the 1920s were never realized and exist only in drawing and models. Lee Bul uses icons and tropes from utopian modernism, transforming, allegorizing, and juxtaposing them in her own creative works. She used them to explore the shadow of utopian aspirations that she finds are growing ever longer in history. The title of the exhibition, Utopia Saved, is intentionally ironic, like many of Lee Bul's work and exhibition title. It alludes to the artist's complicated approach to ideas concerning utopia and modernism. The word saved, when it is juxtaposed with utopia, can be interpreted and translated in multiple ways. It may sound illogical or at least questionable, raising philosophical questions as well. The polysemy and inconclusiveness is precisely why the title was chosen. The exhibition is created to provide a comprehensive view of the artist's journey of inquiry into the history of modernity and modernism from her very first maquette for Mon Grand Lacy to her latest Willing to Vulnerable series of immersive installation in addition to preparatory studies. Mon Grand Lacy is the first series of the work that Lee Bul started when her attention shifted from a focus on the body to architecture, landscape, and the history of modernity in 2005. The title, which is translated as My Grand Narratives, is meant to ironize Jean-François Lyotard's pronouncement about the impossibility of grand narrative in our age. By adding the personal pronoun mon, the artist says she wanted to explain the necessity of devising story, albeit subjective, imperfect, and incomplete ones that can be served as consolation in the absence of grand narratives. From the series, on view are selected drawings, including anti-cartographic map of the artist's childhood hometown that she drew by tracing and converging her disconnected memories of the village. Also presented is a maquette for Mon Grand Lacy, the very first sculpture production in the series, which features a landscape drenched in pastel-colored epoxy and littered with icons and tropes from modernist architecture and dystopian fiction, including Tatlin's Monument to the Third International and Paxton's Crystal Palace. By juxtaposing disparate material and jumbling reference to utopian modernism, Lee Bul conveys a melancholic and complex relationship between reality and fantasy, beauty and tragedy, and utopia and dystopia. While Lee Bul is better known for her monumental scale sculpture and installations, her intimate size drawing and maquette comprise an important part of her oeuvre. The artist always begins by drawing on paper, tracing what's inside her and developing concepts. She also created precise design and complex structure maquette for her three-dimensional works. More than just preparatory studies, Lee Bul's drawing and maquette not only embody her virtuosity, but also reveal the tremendous complexity of her creative process. Some of the drawings and maquette on view at Utopia Saved are being shown to the public for the first time. As Lee Bul's first exhibition in Russia, Utopia Saved was created to present the artist's work together with work by Russian avant-garde artists that have inspired them. Including Russian art in the exhibition was so important that the final decision of Lee Bul's works was made after selection of Russian works was finalized. Based on its ability for the loan, the selection for this Russian angle section prioritized aesthetic and thematic relationship with Lee Bul's work over general popularity. For example, the section including constructivist architect Ivan Lenodov painting inspired by reading of Thomas Campanella's utopian fiction Civitas Solis, the same book that sparked Lee Bul's interest and prompted her to begin her Civitas Solis series. This section gives visitors a glimpse into the vast world of reference and experiences behind the original art of the Lee Bul. Cibato Solis is a series inspired by Italian theorian and philosopher Tommaso Campanella's 1602 book of the same name, translated as The City of the Sun, considered an important early utopian fiction. Campanella's book describes a transparent society in a city, enclosed by 7 circular walls. Ironically, for Lee Bul's Campanella's Utopia gave rise to the idea of society under complete control, a reminder of the impossibility of utopia. Deliberately constructed a fragment of mirrors, her Cibato Solis installation transformed the exhibition space into an unsettling labyrinth of reflection and refraction that is both fantastic and sentimental. From this series, on view of Cibato Solis 1119, a fractured mirror on the wall into which you can look, the Cibato Solis 2, a floating landscape of mirror through which you can walk. For the exhibition at Manege, Cibato Solis 2 is a half size of the original. One of Lee Bul's first architectural installation, Via Negativa 2, is an enclosed mirror structure illuminated by a row of bulbs, which invite viewers into a maze-like space. Inside the structure, the mirrored wall created countless fictional paths and endless reflection of the viewers themselves, leading them to experience confusion and disorientation. However, it also challenges viewers and impels them to keep moving to find a way out of the deceiving images. Via Negativa 2 offers different view of the self in and in relation to physical space. The structure's exterior is also entirely covered with the mirrors, on which page from psychologist Julian Jaynes' book, The Original Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, are printed plainly, yet in reverse. The text thus not meant to be perused or fully understood, but only remotely hint the artist's theme for this work. Lee Bul has referred to the glass architecture of Schubert and Rosenthal utopian vision as an inspiration, but her take on glass architecture is not transparent but ambiguous, not futuristic but introspective. Willing to be Vulnerable is Lee Bul's most recent installation series, comprised of interconnected fabric formations such as balloons, tents, and banners that together evoke the atmosphere of a circus left abandoned. The circus is a product of modern era that was once popular but remains largely only as part of our collective memory. The series recreates these obsolete image and imaginaries of the modernity on a monumental scale, but us using lightweight and airy materials such as transparent film and tent fabric, giving them an elusive quality. Notably, the shiny dirigible hung in the mid-air, Willing to Vulnerable metallized balloon was designed based on the infamous Hindenburg airship, which was Germany's proud symbol of progress until it caught fire and was destroyed in 1937. The futuristic balloon is made of aluminum foil and then coated with a delicate cloth that flaps like a small living creature as air blows. The Willing to Vulnerable series requires a site-specific installation and involves creating an immersive space with enormous fabric. It is designed to form shapes that echo a landscape, a recurring motif in Lee Bul's art. With a career spanning more than 3 decades, Lee Bul has already proved that there is an immeasurable world inside her awaiting exploration and expression. Words cannot sufficiently describe it. Acknowledging this limit, what we can attempt here is to simply begin with and take the risk of stretching just one fragment from her world. One way to approach Lee Bul's view of utopia is expand upon a small piece of her memory of her childhood environment and her ideal place. The artist recollects that her family lived in a military village just outside of Seoul, in a house with a traditional wood-framed paper door. And through this paper door, the young girl sensitively perceived the outside world. The image of her skin and outside world, divided, connected thinly by a layer of paper, explains much about her work in general and her post-2005 architecture sculptures and large-scale installation in particular. For one thing, in Lee Bul's so-called crashing aesthetic and method of working, she created and produced by mixing and juxtaposing materials, concepts, references, and fragments of her memories, feelings, and thoughts. This is how she explored and navigate through her inner and outer world, which she feels are connected by a paper-thin surface over her sensing skin. Lee Bul's aesthetics crashing has been explained in relation to her professed penchant for romantic landscape and surrealistic formation, in particular Friedrich das Eismoor and Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delight. But her interest in Korean landscape painting also deserves attention. She specifically identified with a 15th century Joseon Dynasty court artist An Gyun's Dream Journey to the Peach Blossom Land, a hand-crawled painting depicting a dream told to him by his patron Prince Anpyeong. The Peach Blossom Land is a utopia described in a fable by Chinese poet Tao Chiang. Instead of painting just the dreamland, An Gyun painted three worlds on one picture plane. A normal-looking real world on the left, rocky cliff in the middle. This is a path between reality and utopia, and the Peach Blossom Land on the right, as if they were connected and exist right to next each other. And the other example is early 18th century painter Jung Sun. His painting of Kumgang Mountain is like an imaginary bird's eye view from the top. Lee Bul's allusion of this painting allow us to understand that what has been termed crashing in her own way of engaging with and attempt a comprehensive view of her life and reality across a different temporal and spatial realm. It is like the map she drew, tracing her fragment memories of the village where she grew up. It represents the geographical area, but also she included all of the houses she lived in the village. That village was, her family moved every month, along with the fractional account of the event. This event was mostly traumatic accidents and involving fire and explosion. She thus created an anti-cartographic map by layering and overlapping disconnected pieces of different temporal reality onto one picture plane. Utopia Saved invite you to the anti or utopian world of Lee Bul, who has explored the shadows that are inseparably from utopia ideas. With sentimentalized symbols of modernity mirrored Levinon's monuments as airy as balloons and landscape as vulnerable as skin, the exhibition will show how the artist looks into utopian modernism with passion, sense, and sensibility. For her, this is also a way of looking into her own life and into humanity and history. Her drawing and maquette hope to give a glimpse of the immeasurable dimension of her deliberation and creativity. Lee Bul is neither a utopian nor a dystopianist. She is a realist dreamer who is fascinated by the idea of utopia, while acknowledging their contradictions and shortcomings. Most importantly, she is a creator within reality who is able to take a leap of imagination into anywhere.
Schon. Ich meinte, du gehst um 9 ins Bett. Jedenfalls, das ich mir auch nicht. Ich habe weder den Ausdruck, noch Ausdruck ist mir dann auch, und dann dachte ich, ach, das macht nichts, ich gucke es mir eher auf den Computer an. Und dann habe ich die Computer abgemacht und dachte, nee, das ist jetzt, das, ehrlich gesagt, das wäre jetzt, wenn ich wirklich, aber ich...
может, мы сюда вернемся, да?
Ja, also es ist jetzt ja nicht so, ich wollte...
Why don't we get back in here for a little bit?
drauf, weil dann ist es ja genau.
Мы вернулись, да?
So we're back. The very upbeat voice from Berlin. Let's welcome Stephanie Rosenthal, the director of the Gropius-Bau Exhibition Center. That was her dialogue with Sunjung Kim, I'm assuming, and now she's with us because the Lee Bul exhibition Helmut Gallery in Gropius-Bau. It was organized by Stephanie Rosenthal, who's the curator of this exhibition. And I have to say, it was in 2018, 2019. She also was the commissioner of the 20th Sydney Biennial. And maybe Stephanie, do you see us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? I suppose she does. Well, let's give her the floor so she could tell us how did the exhibition take place and what were the problems that were resolved in Berlin and in London, and how interesting it was, what an experience it was working with such a big Korean artist for Stephanie.
Stephanie, вы видите нас, да? Мы вас видим.
Stephanie, can you see us? We can. You got a whole lot of books behind you. A whole lot of books. A whole library. There's a table. Oh, so many books.
I can see you, Sunjung. Can you hear me?
Can you see me?
Да, мы видим, да.
We can hear you in Russia. We see you and hear you.
А я вот здесь.
See, here I am. We can hear you and see you.
Hello. Müsstest du unsere Tür noch zumachen dann noch.
Да.
Also.
Мы здесь.
We're right here. All ready for you.
Okay, so you can see and hear me.
Ну, это...
Well, it is what it is.
Мы вас ждем вашего слова.
We're waiting on your word. You know, we can see you. The most important thing is we can see you. So.
Yeah, I can.
Да.
Ob ich mich mit anderen, man sieht und hört mich.
Я вижу, там на полках еще есть место для каталогов. У нас прекрасный каталог.
Oh, I see there's quite a bit of room on those shelves for a catalog. We have a brilliant catalog, and it's going to fit right in there.
А вот у нас появилась Мами Катаока. Это директор
but
художественного музея.
at the same time, we got Mami Kataoka.
Вот. Да.
Hello,
Thank
Stephanie.
you. Hello. Now
Hello.
I can see you. And I can hear Mami. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think host is stopping my video. I turned on myself.
Oh, you turn it on yourself.
But my video
Okay.
doesn't appear, meaning that probably host is turning off my video.
Okay, so did you do your presentation?
No, not yet. I don't think they even started.
I think I just get the message that I should start my presentation now.
Really?
Stephanie,
Hello.
are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, Stephanie, please do your talk because we cannot hear you
Yeah,
well.
we're waiting for you.
You
Stephanie.
cannot hear me well, or you can hear me well?
Fantastic.
Stephanie, please start. Stephanie, do begin.
Yeah,
So
please,
I'll see you now.
Your
I see
sound
half
is
of
not
people.
so big, so louder, please.
Is it better like this? Sound better like this?
Not,
I can hear you well.
Okay,
really?
Mami can hear me well.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
Мы все слышим.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Okay, so hello, and thank you so much for inviting me to speak about willing to be vulnerable. It was such a joy to look at the installation shots again and just think about this amazing work Lee Bul has done for the Sydney Biennale in 2016. And it reminded me that the layers of her work and her thinking is very inspiring for my work. So it's been a great honor to work with her, and I think it was one of my best work experience to do these willing to be vulnerable. And so I'll give a little introduction to where we've done it and how we worked on it. I still think it's one of the most stunning works, and I'm sure you all agree when we look at the images and all the different versions we've done in London and then in Berlin. So now I'm trying to, let me see, I'm trying to click. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, das Klicken geht nicht. So the work was commissioned for the 20th Biennale of Sydney, and we realized work in an island, on the Cockatoo Island, which has a very important and I think inspiring history, and was also somehow connected to what Lee Bul at the end realized for this work. The Biennale, the title was "The Future is Already Here, but Not Evenly Distributed," and had different embassies. We had 7 embassies, and the Cockatoo Island was the embassy of the real. So all the artists who showed there were dealing with the question of reality, but not really, neither exploring the digital reality nor the physical reality, but more thinking about the in-between space. So the works on that, in that venue, and I think also that Lee Bul, one can say that Lee Bul, that was really about this in-between space, and very much, from my perspective, inspired by Michel Foucault's idea of, that space between utopia and heterotopia. And he was placing in that area the mirror. And there's an interesting quote, I think, which always helped me to think about Lee Bul's work, Willing to be Vulnerable. And so I quote Foucault: "I believe that between utopias and these quite other sites, these heterotopias, there might be a sort of mixed joint experience, which would be the mirror. The mirror is, after all, a utopia, since it is a placeless place. In the mirror, I see myself, there where I'm not, in an unreal virtual space that opens up behind the surface. But it's also a heterotopia, insofar as the mirror does exist in reality, where it exerts a sort of counteraction to the position that I occupy." And I think that kind of work Lee Bul did was this kind of, it's been a utopia, but it was also really a heterotopia, but at the same time, it was something, I think, which mirrored our society, our reality. And the work had different parts. As you can see, there's the massive Zeppelin, which refers back to Hindenburg. We had different transparent banners where Lee Bul put images on it, partly images from circus, partly images from industry which kind of talked about modernization. There were these kind of flag-like sculptures which were covering the floor, and also the floor was part of it, and we had that smoke. So when I started to invite Lee Bul, it was really my intention to say that I want to give her the largest space on the island. So it was the massive long hall where they built ships. So after Cockatoo Island had been a convict and then a prison, and for a while a children's school, it became a massive shipyard in the 60s. So when we took over this island and did the Biennale there were still kind of leftovers of that industrial side of creating ships. And so already the site had that kind of history in itself, and was talking about the history of Australia, the history of indigenous people, but then how it developed into a modern culture. And Lee Bul's intersection of the work was very much using that space and that history, and using it for, I think what she was saying was this work, Willing to be Vulnerable. It is a space which talks about what, you know, the impossibility to talk about the real, the kind of connection to the circus, this kind of, you know, what we become, what we are, the spectacle. But at the same time, it was also talking about, I think what maybe Cockatoo became, you know, it's a historic site. It was a shipyard, and then, you know, by the time the Biennale started to work, that also became just a kind of touristic site, and it became more and more a site also for concerts and things which had an entertainment element in it. So when we started to think about the work in 2000, I think late 14, it was just this impossible, massive space where I think I knew that for Lee Bul, it's not a space she couldn't handle. And what I really liked is that she didn't think about using, you know, heavy material and massive sculptures, but that everything was quite, you know, lightweight. And I remember that she told me in one Skype meeting quite early on, you know, the work will fit in only a few boxes. So what artists think about it a lot, of course, today, she started to think about it then, just saying, how can I do a large scale, really impressive installation by not having a massive shipment, but just kind of having inflatables, banners? How can I kind of realize that? So this installation we were showing there was kind of built in that way, and was the centerpiece of that question, how, you know, what is reality today in a time where the digital and the physical are more and more merging, and how can we think about these aspects together? So Lee Bul also talked in relation to this work around kind of this kind of dream of the modern, and that question of that it can only fail. So that idea of we don't need to look for perfection. There's always like the ambition of the human being is always to reach perfection, but actually to accept that there isn't is really the you know, the most perfect way we can think about it. So the work was unfolding and had unfolded these ideas of technology, of humanity, the kind of typical humor which is in her work. And at the same time, it was just like an amazing, really spectacle work people could walk through, as you can see in these images. At the time, I also learned that Lee Bul is in a way a writer, a poet, and that the use of words and the titles in her work are really important. So you see in these kind of neon writing a lot of different kind of short sentences or letters. And so one is, you know, the willing to be vulnerable. One is wish for invulnerability. One is beware of silent spring. So different words she in a way created or found in literature which were important for her. And these letters were floating in the space, and kind of some were readable, some weren't, but that was part of, I think, that whole environment she created. So a work which I think nowadays, when we think about the time we're in, this kind of willing to be vulnerable or accept to be vulnerable, I think is a very important idea, which she presented in this work. And then what was exciting for us, I think, is that that work, in a way, continued in different contexts and became, through that moving through time and through different architecture, became a different meaning. So when we worked on the retrospective in the Hayward Gallery, we kind of decided to bring parts of it back. And so a centerpiece of that exhibition was then the Zeppelin in the Hayward Gallery. And I'll show you the slide now. Let me see. Oh, I forgot to mention that I think what is typical for Lee Bul and her work, that she's really moving in and out between the 2- and 3-dimensional. And you see in this beautiful velvet painting that the Zeppelin comes back and how it's integrated nearly like a collage. And that's just a reference to say that Lee Bul has nearly like a vocabulary she's using. So it's not something which suddenly appears and there is a large installation. All the elements she works with are partly there since, it could be since the late 80s, could be since. So there is a whole kind of nearly archive of images and ideas which are coming in and out of her work, and then also connect the work. And so here you see that the Zeppelin basically is connecting, and it is a bridge also to different works she's done slightly later. And then at the Hayward Gallery here you see that we presented the Zeppelin in this kind of very singular, in this very singular way, to kind of talk more, of course, about the context of that work, the idea of a Zeppelin, of an airship flying, and the connected catastrophe with it, which was especially interesting considering the context here, because the Hayward Gallery is a brutalistic architecture. I mean, it's an utopia in itself. It's a kind of idea of a cultural center. It's an idea of a time. The building is a building which is completely out of concrete, but still in a very human size and form. So to have that Zeppelin nearly squeezed into this room was kind of felt like a visual explosion. The next step was then to bring the Zeppelin to the Martin Gropius-Bau here in Berlin in 2018. So Lee Bul and I did the first exhibition here in that institution I took over in 2018, and we found a way to bring the Zeppelin in the center hall of the Gropius-Bau. As you can see, it's a building which is built in the 19th century in 1881, and it's in a Renaissance style manner. And we hung the Zeppelin in the center hall over an archaeology exhibition. So it kind of brought these different times together. In the lower part, you had Restless Times, a show which was bringing major pieces from German archaeology sites together, and her show was on the first floor. And here again, I think it's interesting, maybe we go one more back to talk about the Zeppelin. The building is especially interesting, and I think for us interesting, because it was destroyed in the Second World War. It was destroyed in 1945, and it was emptied in 1937, and the Hindenburg catastrophe was also in 1937. So there was a connection now to the work we started in Sydney, Willing to be Vulnerable, to the German history, and the kind of connection between her own history, the Korean history, and Germany. And I think we felt that the show in a site like the Gropius-Bau, which is right next to the Berlin Wall, and therefore was clearly, has in his DNA that question of what does it mean to be a divided country. So to have her work here and to basically have this title, Willing to be Vulnerable, very closely connected to it was, I think, a starting point for that exhibition crash at Gropius-Bau. And we've connected it in different ways. And I think we just want to show 2 or 3 more images which connect Lee Bul's work to, what then I've was already mentioned, we've kind of integrated a timeline about the DMZ, the Korean division and demilitarized zone, to show how that was then kind of where there was that overlap and the connection to the German history, the Berlin Wall and the division of Germany. And in that sense, the work became another connotation, and it was clearly the political intention Lee Bul's works are having. And so in the show that became more clear with works like Heaven and Earth, where she refers to, so this is a timeline. This is just a view of the timeline again of how the visitors would see it. I think there was a connection to, we kind of wanted to kind of talk more about women art in South Korea, and also just make the role of Lee Bul's earlier work very clear. And I think for me interesting here to mention is just that Lee Bul manages in her work to have so many layers, which I think is something rare, and talks about her outstanding work, the layers of humor, political, the context, and having a very poetic way of also just talking to your body, the physical experience. And I think these things, by timelines like these, we try to also go back to her performance work and see where that bodily feeling comes from. And to kind of talk to the body and the mind, I think, is one of the really outstanding capacities Lee Bul has in her work, and is only also shown in Willing to be Vulnerable. So this is the work Lee Bul placed in the corner of the Gropius-Bau, which is right facing out to the Berlin Wall and the topography of terror, the documentation center, which talks about the Nazi time. And it's interesting, it was interesting for us because the work is referring back to Park Yong-chul, who was tortured and killed in a bathtub in 87. And so the kind of way how here she talks about the suppressing of free thought, and refers at the same time to the Heaven Lake on Holy Mount, back to the mythical birthplace of Korea. So kind of bringing again these different elements together. And the last image I want to show is about the installation Mon Grand Récit, Weep into Stones, which again has many layers, refers back to Hugh Ferris, has kind of excerpts, words from Thomas Browne in it, has the Hagia Sophia, Tatlin's monument. So you see how she's really weaving these different contexts and layers together, and creates an idea of a kind of a world building, or building the world, and how, you know, the world we're living in exists of all of these different segments. And I think that connects back to her two-dimensional work, that in a way the world we're living in is like a collage, you know, of our ideas of existing facts, of things we remember and how we remember them. So the kind of journey of Willing to be Vulnerable kind of showed me again the multi-layering of the works, and how the context is also really shaping how you can see a work. And especially I think for this work and the Zeppelin, it was a real advantage to bring it from like a prison shipyard site to a brutalistic architecture to a building like the Gropius-Bau, who brings the kind of German history from the 30s to today. So thank you very much again for inviting me and to think about this work again. It's lovely to be part of the group and to have a bit more time to listen and talk about Lee Bul's work. Thank you.
Stephanie, thank you for this good representation of Lee Bul's work in Berlin, in Sydney, in London. We did see the difference in the exhibitions, and I was surprised that in London, the Zeppelin was so low, and in Berlin it was so high, and here we got it somewhere in the middle. See, every single time it's presented differently.
But I cannot hear.
Но они так между собой у них, по-моему, да?
Oh, they got a conversation between them too. Well, let's give the microphone to Mami. Mami Kataoka now can talk. Mami Kataoka, Tokyo, Mori Museum, Tokyo. You're on now. Can you hear me?
Да, да, очень хорошо, все. Okay, perfect.
Wonderful, perfect. Please start.
Mami, we are waiting for you.
Mami, please begin.
Mami, can you hear me?
We're waiting for you, Mami. Yeah, it's okay. We're ready. We're ready. Please start.
Mami?
Yes?
Yeah. Please start the presentation.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Genki desu ka? Genki desu ka?
It is a great honor and pleasure to be on a panel for Lee Bul and her exhibition Utopia Saved at Manege. I have worked with Lee Bul quite extensively for the first major solo exhibition in Japan at the Mori Art Museum, held between February to May 2012. It is unbelievable that it's already nearly 9 years ago, but it is far more astonishing to see how much Lee Bul has developed and extended her practice since then. It is a great pleasure and joy as a curator to see how artists continue to explore her unseen world. Today, I would like to revisit her exhibition according to its several chapters at the Mori Art Museum and see how I examined her practices from 1990 to 2012 at the time. Looking at Lee Bul's new exhibition title, Utopia Saved, which I wish I could see it in real space. It is very interesting to see that the idea of utopia, or failed and incomplete utopia, and the human desire have been one of her essential concerns throughout the time. Ephemeral presence. In an ancient time, people recognized spirits behind all manner of mysterious presence and phenomena, the cycles of lightness and darkness, droughts, storms, volcano eruptions, and so on, inspired feelings of veneration for the mighty force that are beyond the control of humans. Since the Enlightenment and the dawn of modernity, humans have sought to understand the world through science, economics, and knowledge, and prescribed values based on political power and ideology. But an awareness of these invisible phenomena and presence has been handed down through myth and legend, and so on, outside the bounds of organized religion, and can still be found in various cultures around the world. We are now in the 21st century, but still the whole world is encountering something unknown, especially under the great uncertainty due to the current pandemic. We live in an age in which invisible virus, invisible forces, unpredictable social circumstances, and other global uncertainties are enveloping us like dark clouds. There is no doubting that Lee Bul's practice provides a good opportunity for each one of us to reconsider these and other critical issues of today. Having been raised by left-wing anti-government activist parents during the 1960s and 70s, when South Korea was still under military rule, as a child, Lee was forced to move house with her family constantly. The year she graduated from university was also the year South Korea declared itself a democracy and began implementing political and economic reforms. She says, purely in terms of artistic strategy, performance offered another means of going beyond the confines of existing sculptural practices, not a representation of human figure, but something closer to a direct presentation of the body itself. My first performances were a natural extension of my sculptural concerns and incorporated some of the soft sculptural forms that I had been working on. The monster, which appears to roam around at will, gives concrete expression to the likes of the Lee's own inner fears and anxieties, to authority and disquiet that seems to pervade society in general, to uncertainty and to desire. As a transient temporary art practice, perhaps performance also suggests that these anxieties and absurdities are ephemeral presence appearing in our imagined landscapes, only to disappear amidst the hustle and bustle of everyday life. In the performance, Diet Diagramming 3 in 1992 was associated with women and female behavior, were projected onto a screen while Lee Bul, naked from waist up, adapted various poses in response to these words, using as a prop a piece of fabric dyed the color of blood. After adapting poses suggestive of the notion of beauty and naivety based on the image of a woman as the object of desire and consumption, Lee ended the performance with the line, "The rose of Sharon has bloomed." According to the Old Testament, the rose of Sharon grows in paradise and symbolizes purity, but it is also a national flower of South Korea. Its name adopted a patriot slogan by Park Chung-hee's military dictatorship, and Lee's performance was an act of defilement. Lee noted, having to move around constantly in my childhood, my parents were trying to avoid political persecution, taught me a certain strategy of survival. I learned that you cannot be a revolutionary and hope to survive, but that you can remain elusive, iconoclastic, alert to the fissures that you can penetrate in order to destabilize a rigid, oppressive system. On the other hand, I don't think it made my art politically conscious in any overt way. Beyond human, as a part of the process whereby Lee Bul's artwork evolved into sculpture independent of her own body, it would seem that the scope of ideas to which she was seeking to give concrete expression expanded to include not only the limited space of her immediate environment and Korean society, but the more universal realm of the possibilities and limitations of humankind and post-humanity. Here are some of her quotes. I am exploring a similar territory with my cyborg and monster sculpture. There is a forced triumphalism to this whole phenomenon, as if to deliberately repress any suspicion on potential failure or disaster. The cyborg and underground series were already addressing aspects of modernism, because they were not only about technology, they also considered human desire. With those series, I was forced on how humans constantly return to the idealized vision of the future. Fritz Lang directed the movie Metropolis in 1927, the tale of the dystopian city of the future set in the year 2026, in which an android appears. And The Brave New World in 1932, Aldous Huxley also depicted a dystopia, one in which a totalitarian society survives in part by artificially incubating humans whose intellectual and physical growth is restricted at the fatal stage. According to Dana Holloway, who has written extensively on issues surrounding cyborgs, by the late 20th century, our time, our mystic time, we are all chimeras, theorized and fabricated hybrids of machine and organism. In short, we are cyborgs. The cyborg is our ontology. It gives us our politics. The cyborg is a condensed image of both imagination and material reality. The two joined centers structuring any possibility of historical transformation. Lee Bul's cyborgs adapt a feminine pose reminiscent of the android Maria in Metropolis and the Venus de Milo, whom Lee Bul herself played in the early performance piece Diagramming 3, while at the same time exhibiting the futuristic texture commonly associated with androids, which is that of celluloid, armor-like robots. However, because her cyborgs are incomplete in that they are usually missing a head and limbs on one side of their body, it is also conceivable that Lee's interest lies not only in the exploration of the concept of beauty or perfection, but also in the primordial desire of human who yearn for them. As well, the manner in which they are displayed by hanging them from the ceiling suggests not only that the cyborgs have been freed from the pedestals on which sculptures traditionally rest, but that they are entities beyond the reach of us humans. A floating light life is not only consistent with sculptures suspended from the ceiling, but describes the very art practice of Lee Bul, who has constantly been exploring something that is neither an eternal entity nor an inseparable whole. Lee Bul's Live Forever from 2001 relies on a cliché of mass culture in the form of karaoke, but at the same time, it dives beneath the surface through tiny cracks. Her streamlined karaoke pod, which calls to mind the futurist admiration of speed, is for single use only. As with Cyborg, here the karaoke pod functions as a shell in place of the human body, with the senses of hearing and sight, and melody and lyrics treated as independent elements. In a sense, one could call the pod fleshless body in which only the sensory functions remain. Utopia and Dreamscape. She says, I actually think this is an inherent condition of utopia to always gives us the feeling that it's getting closer. So human beings are always fated to dream of it and to plan it. And yet we are also fated to be disappointed by the inevitable realization that it's unreachable. Still we dream. I'm fascinated by those failures as well as the dreams that the dreamers knew could never materialize. With this Mongrel Recit series, which Lee had worked on since 2005, her inquiries into new forms of life beyond human life and eternal life have begun to touch on the utopian thought aimed at the realization of the perfect society, with her awareness also expanding to include architecture and cities. The title, which translates to English as My Grand Narrative, derives from Jean-François Lyotard's advocacy in the postmodern condition in 1984 of the end of grand narratives. Lyotard expressed incredulity towards the grand narratives that justified the universal values that provided the attraction for modernism, in the form of knowledge, science, and ideology, declaring the arrival of the age of postmodernity, which is marked by fragmentally localized small narratives that do not give rise to absolute values. The series is also an examination of the desire and imagination directed towards the ideal society, utopia dreams, and the visionary landscape, and of the collapse. Utopian thought in the West was often connected to the socialist thought. There are numerous examples of this in art, architecture, and the literature of the Russian avant-garde movement at the beginning of the 20th century, which was closely linked to social and political movements. Overbearing architecture with an emphasis on height is often referred to as Stalinist architecture. And in fact, there were plans in 1930s to build a palace of Soviets in Moscow that would have been taller than an Empire State Building. Among the work in Lee Bul's Mongrel Receipt series are something like Obeyed in 2007, which is now a part of the Mori Art Museum collection, whose design recalls the work of Vladimir Shukhov, including the water tower he built for the 1896 All-Russia Industrial and Art Exhibition, and the radio towers and high-voltage transmission towards he designed in the 1920s. Consisting of 10 towers, Obeyed includes neon signs that spell out various terms related to utopian theories and modernization. The terms are all in Esperanto, the language developed in the 1880s by Polish linguists, with the aim of creating a universal language and thus world peace. The Mongrel Receipt series is displayed with mirrors covering the floor. Most visitors are likely to stray into the space between the dreamscapes and the virtual images. It should be clear that Lee Bul's art practice defies being limited to any particular category or sculptural technique within art history, that it in fact springs from a far more extensive realm where the vast history of human thought and the history of human emotions, the South Korean society in which she lives and its history and her own personal history are intricately intertwined. This is entailed considering the totality of the relationship between the self and the universe in which the self exists, because this is something that has no absolute decisive shape, but is constantly changing. So too, her work is without end. Thank you very much.
А Sunjung Kim где-то у нас есть, существует, да?
Is Sunjung Kim around?
Да, да.
What the moderator is talking.
Yes, yes.
Да, да, да,
I'm
окей,
here.
окей, please.
Thank you, Mami.
Sunjung.
Thank you, Sunjung. Hello, Lee Bul.
Next is Alex Taekwang Lee. He is going to talk about Lee Bul and utopianism as a philosopher. Let's watch Lee Taekwang's video. He will join us for the session 2. Let's start.
Сейчас у нас будет видео с Kunjung.
Hi, my name is Alex Taekwang Lee from South Korea.
비디오를
Today I would like to talk about Lee Bul's works and its relation to avant-garde, in particular, her imagination about Russian avant-garde. Lieber's primary interest has always been utopianism. Whole experimental use of avant-garde technique is definitely aims at kind of a utopian project. Even in her early works, she seems to rail against today's norms and beliefs. Her works are, to some extent, distorted images of familiar figures, but they are not a reiteration of experiences connected with them. I might take Mikhail Bakhtin's concept, heteroglossia, to aid audience in grasping her idea of utopia. Of course, the utopia in her works is not a singular entity, but many different ones. That means actually that she wants to actually liberate things or object to multiplicity. The translation of a Bakhtin term is a combination of two Greek words. Hetero, it means different, and glossa, it means tongue. So actually this combination indicates different tongue or different language. Any viewer can see these different languages in Lieber's works, particularly the visual reinstallment of various literary narratives. Her experiments are not merely an imitation of a textual representation. Instead, they are the deconstruction and reconstruction of a casual vibration between language and memory. Language and letters in particular are one of the earliest techniques in history, and Lee's intervention in established narratives always points at a caesura of temporality within the linguistic structure. So what actually she aims at by doing this kind of technological experiment, definitely to break through, very habitual temporality. She tried to actually intervene the flow of temporality and bring in, kind of break within, such a flow. Language and the letters is in this way kind of, a signal of the kind of, temporal flow. So reinstruction of existing images aims at finding an alternative temporality in the past. It seems that she is attempting to use the memory of past to invent the future. Her concept of temporality is essential to understanding how she brings her idea to light using various materials. For her, technology is a way to store temporal memory. That means the storage of memory. Her works reveal and at the same time conceal. She understands the irony of temporality. When the present is revealed, the past is concealed. Her gesture in her series of works is coherent and repetitive. This is how she searches for another tongue of technology. In other words, heteroglossia of technology. She intends to describe nature of modern technology and materialize its mechanisms, not in the conceptual abstraction, but as realization in images. Not surprisingly, Lee's interests seem to share a common thread with Heidegger's understanding of technology, and they both see technology as language. Heidegger and Lee Bul see technology as language, or kind of a tongue, right? Lee Bul looks for the essence of technology, not how it is used as a mimesis, and Heidegger calls technological process as unlocking. This process of technological revealing builds up its own rule, contrary to the laws of nature. It means the technology, that creates its own, rule, all right, which was different from nature. It's quite artificiality, Technology self-regulation is setting upon, mobilizing people into ordering and pushing them to frame what is real as a standing reserve, so-called Gestalt, in English, inframing. Heidegger conceptualizes the essence of inframing as, quote, setting upon, gathered into itself, which entraps truth of its own coming to presence with oblivion, end quote. The idea that technology creates standing reserve concealed truth of its coming to presence. Heidegger is worried about how technological concealment of well-being, which is endangered by entrapping. Because of inframing, both nature and human beings are regarded as raw materials that operate mechanically. Surveillance technology, for instance, could be a typical example that proves the extreme revealing. Surveillance means what? Is to establish kind of transparency over privacy. No secret under surveillance. This is actually principle of surveillance technology. It's kind of revealing, unlocking. However, Heidegger insists on the possibility that this inframing can change. He admits that, quote, if inframing is a destiny of coming to presence of being itself, then we may venture to suppose that inframing as one among being's modes of coming to presence changes, end quote. Heidegger's critique does not aim to reject inframing of technology in this sense, but rather to change our orientation, that is to say, self-adapting to technology. In Heidegger's sense, destiny means the adaptation of oneself to the inframed reality. In other words, artifactuality. He actually tried to change, our attitude toward this kind of artifactuality. Any destiny always preserves a potential changeability, yet this change does not mean that it is a way to make technology better. It is our attitude toward technology that his critique proposes to change. So you shouldn't actually, make technology better, by actually, using this kind of technology. This is a quite interesting one. It's a work of art, for instance. The work of art does not aim making technology better. To some point, it's kind of, they try to bring in, policy of such a mechanism. This is quite avant-garde, spirit. So, endorsing Heidegger, it is not typical to see that Lee Bul's experiment with the different tongue can be understood as an attempt to change our habitual perception of reality imposed by technology. For instance, in Willing to be Vulnerable, I love this work. The symbolic representation of a Zeppelin airship distances us from the historical memory of object. When actually Lee brought in this, the image of a Zeppelin, it would no longer be a kind of, object we actually learned from kind of historical fact. Right? It's very quite new, actually, the object. The instrument functions as a dreamy image and an illusory experience. The foil-covered shape of the airship as the embodiment of the standstill memory in the old photo of Zeppelin. Nobody can actually look at such a machine today. There is only the historical knowledge of its presence. We knew that because of our knowledge, which we learned from this historical fact. The story of the Zeppelin belongs firmly to the past, but Lee Bul's Zeppelin brings it into the present. What does this mean? Is it merely the replication of Zeppelin, or a clumsy imitation of the real Zeppelin? Of course not. Lee's approach to the technology of airship does not use the normative language that recalls the historical memory of the Zeppelin. What she tries to bring forth with the silverish material is the utopian dimension of technology, when actually people made Zeppelin, okay? That dimension is the bright line of technological progress, but at the same time, she preserves the dark utopia of extreme revealing. That's why she actually brought in, Zeppelin like that. Her Zeppelin is a repetition of a different Zeppelin, not the return of the same Zeppelin. Lee Bul creates a distinction between her own Zeppelin and the Zeppelin we know from the historical archives. With this differentiation, Lee marks the fabrication of an object with time. In her exhibition, the Zeppelin seems to go beyond the limit of temporality. The image comes to occupied space, but is not restricted to the specific moment. The work continuously produces a series of moments, a redistribution of time. We could say like that. The Evil Zeppelin show, exhibited what kind of redistribution of time, is beyond our experiences. The Zeppelin in Lee Bul's imagination and its subsequent actualization turn out to be something else than what existed in the first place. It's not kind of original actual Zeppelin, it's a kind of replica, but it's not sort of actual imitation, but rather what is called repetition of Zeppelin. So with this differentiation, Lee Bul marks the fabrication of object with time. In her exhibition, the Zeppelin seems to go beyond the limit of temporality. The image comes to occupy space, but is not restricted to a specific moment. The work continuously produces a series of moments, a distribution of time. The L-shaped Zeppelin is shifted into specific spatial experience, which seems to be free from any temporality. Instead, the artist has generated a rupture within the existing spatial temporality. Time floats and digresses. We do not see the real L-shaped, but we can realize it or recognize it as the L-shape we know. This is at cross purposes to the traditional function of artwork. This is avant-garde. This is definitely what actually the Russian avant-garde tried to do in terms of a revolutionary imagination. Heidegger's concept of destiny is a useful concept for understanding Lee Bul's idea at this point. So it can be translated into the Freudian concept mastery, the first sexual encounter of a subject, a stance in which the bodily and physical experience is dramatically precipitated in symbolic construction, right? So for Heidegger, the moment the demand overwhelms the crisis of our self-adaptation to technologically inframed reality begins. In this sense, we could say that Lee Bul's aesthetic foray is poetical. Like a poem, her works are relocation of object, the reassembling of a different tongue. However, her alternative assemblage is not a restriction of the same. The daily experience of original object is no longer possible in the relocated composition. This is actually the point I try to make. This is actually the avant-garde experiment of Lee Bul's works. So this is very actually, the typical actual aspect of Lee Bul's works. You can find out in any, her work, her project. That's why just even though she actually, sometimes, present quite dark, dark utopianism, but it is hard to say that it is a dystopian vision that leads her project. Lee Bul always preserved the utopian dimension, even while representing a dark utopia. Technology presupposes the enlightening of the darkness, but the light only makes the dark shade deeper. Structural determinism is the root of the pessimistic vision. It would not be wrong to emphasize the pessimism against the brightness of technological acceleration. Lee Bul's answer to this questionable dilemma between the utopia and the dystopia is negation. Negation is a rejection of a habitual destiny and perception resistant to the technological occupation. However, it does not mean the abolishment of the technological reality. So, according to Bakhtin, the heteroglossia means the simultaneous use of different speech or signs, wherein lies a tension between these different uses of language or between conflicting interaction within a text. Bakhtin's conceptualization of heteroglossia is influenced by Russian avant-garde movement like futurism. The notion of heteroglossia aims to explain the existence of a conflicting relationship between the world within the discursive fields, for example, the use of a vernacular in novel or daily conversation. Impacting the works, the linguistic variety addresses social struggle inherent within the tension between mainstream and the marginal uses of the same national language. These can be reflected in the narrative of novel or other artwork. It is not difficult to see the tactical arrangement of conflicting discourse in Lee Bul's work. In the series of reflections, she brings together different parts of materials and integrates total images those fragments. The essence, however, is not the totality of object, but rather pressure of the conflict as such. In this way, Lee Bul creates poetic structure that is within our habitual perception. This is actually the meaning of Lee Bul's avant-garde. Of course, yes, Lee Bul's avant-garde, spirit, shared, same actually, the sentiment with the Russian avant-garde. And this is very interesting, actually, the similarity, affinity, and we can find out in Lee Bul's exhibition. Thank you very much.
Sunjung, у нас
Sunjung,
now.
I cannot hear you well. Sorry.
What I should do? What I should do? Tell me what I should do. So now
It's a question time. So yes.
Now we have time for the questions, answers, but
it seems very difficult.
Sunjung Kim.
Yes.
So it's the problem of communications. It's online. It's not the.
Yes, so maybe we can do on the question and answers in session 2 instead of session 1.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for everybody. Thank you. See you in
soon.
half an hour.
Yes.
полтора часа. Сначала мы представляем русских, потом корейцев. Они скажут, что вперед вы тогда, а мы будем потом. Я говорю, хорошо, давайте, какая разница. Все, начинаем.
Shall we start? Dear friends, we are beginning our second session, and we have people here in Manege. Елизавета Likhacheva, director of the Architectural Museum, Shushev Architectural Museum. Alisa Turkina, critic and curator, a research fellow of the Russian Museum, and a professor at the St. Petersburg State University. And we'll have Alex Taekwan Lee, professor of culture studies, the one who's delivered a short speech. Sunjung Kim, the curator of the exhibition, and Lee Bul online. We've just been talking with Mrs. Kim, and she said we could start on the Russian side, and they'll after a while they will join us. Oh, they're here. Good. Good. Hi. We begin. I'd kindly ask Yelizaveta to share her impressions of the exhibition, if you've seen it. If you haven't, maybe we could discuss this issue of avant-garde and perception of avant-garde by European and by artists from Europe and Asia, contemporary artists from Europe and Asia. Well, hi everybody. I'm very happy that we're here today, despite everything, and thanks to contemporary tech, we can even have a dialogue. As for avant-garde, I think we have to single out two things. There's this traditional art history perception of avant-garde, that it is the basis of all, that Russian avant-garde, that is indeed one of the highlights of global art development, but and is seen as the time when the language for contemporary art has been found. And people go back and to it again and again. I'd compare it with Renaissance art, and because we go back to Renaissance all the time. While in European art, it's like a commonplace, but in the East, in China and in Korea, today we're seeing a lot of artists turning to avant-garde. Unfortunately, not to literature, rather to painting and architecture of avant-garde. And it becomes the source of inspiration. I think there are two reasons for that. On one hand, we are rethinking the whole 20th century that stemmed from avant-garde, and this 20th century was the source of a number of various crises. And we see the core in the 1920s, and the same applies to futurism, to Italian futurism, to expressionism. Starting from 1910s to 1920s, this is where we find this source. And the world is also shifting. We've been used to having the center of the world west of Brest. Today we have the center east of Khabarovsk. to the south of Khabarovsk. So the center of the world is shifting to a different part of the world, and Asian art, like any other art, feels these trends better than politicians and economists do. Art is faster in reacting to changes than politics or economy. Well, the artist always has a better understanding and better feeling of a situation. What happened in the 20th century? How are we going to live in the 21st and 22nd century if we don't die of COVID? On one hand. On the other hand, it's realizing that without going into this heritage, without understanding this heritage, we can't develop further on. Explains why Russian avant-garde and avant-garde in general is so popular. This is my personal opinion. Lee Bul, as a true artist, feels this trend, realizes this trend. I don't know if she articulates it, but she intuitively feels it. Artists, they live with instincts, with intuition, with their artistic instincts, and they elaborate after they've done their work. When they create their works, they don't think about it. I mean, they do it in retrospection. We've just had an online discussion, and you've heard our colleagues mentioning Foucault, Derrida, Heidegger. This intellectualism, why, of all things, an artist comes from Asia and starts discourse using European philosophers, postmodern philosophers. How does it, come together? Why would we have so many names, quotations, texts from European thinkers? We've mentioned Lee Bul's biography, learned that she is certain things that could explain some of her art. But we've dealt a lot with philosophy.
See, philosophy is a part of modernity. And you, Semyon, you forgot to mention the most important person for the Gul is Lyotard. And here, this link can be traced directly because Jean-François Lyotard, in 1893, he visited St. Petersburg at the invitation of the Cabinet magazine and spoke at the Ethnographic Museum lecture. The entire community gathered there. Cabinet magazine was published by you. Yes, by us, because at the beginning of Perestroika, all of the great people, Cage, Rauschenberg, Lyotard, everybody wanted to come here and wanted to see what happened to Russia when the Iron Curtain went down. And I believe our situation is similar. We live in a global world, yet what happened in South Korea, what happened in Russia at different temporal periods, it's extremely important. When the situation changed politically and primary attention was paid not to social utopia, not to the justice idea, but to the development of technology without understanding that technology enslaves. We are right now enslaved as never before. As Jean-François Lyotard, before Lee Bul, he said 30 years prior to Lee Bul, before Lee Bul arrived to Manege, 30 years prior, he spoke at the Ethnography Museum and talked about Grand Récit. And we took him, around rivers and canals. We recite Pushkin to him. We watched movies together. He spent a whole week here. And what did he say? He said, do you like this Grand Récit? Do you like this beauty? Because the idea of beauty is all-encompassing. The idea of beauty, we inherited it not from the Antiquity and Renaissance, but also from the Stalin's era. And, you made the Dainek and Samachwalov beautiful exhibition. And like never before, you showed this stunning turn of the beauty of the totalitarianism. So, and it is here, the Grand Récit, big stories. When we see the exhibitions, we see how Lee Bul's Zeppelin flies out of the Kuptsov Zeppelin. Here we see there's a 3D jump out of the painting into the real space. And as I walked in, I saw this combination. I'm I'm rejoicing because Kuptsov is Filonov's pupil. He was a utopian man. He went up 9 times. He went 9 times to the air to see how Earth looks from the top, from a zeppelin, from a plane. He dreamed to create a work on Tsiolkovsky, the storming of the sky. He believed in this utopia, and utopia paid him back that the NKVD, the KGB predecessor, came to him and he killed himself awaiting the arrest. So out of this heavy utopia, the slightest zeppelin flies out. What does it threaten to us? Are we all going to be the slaves of the new virtual reality? Are we all going to go online? Are we all going to be controlled by the networks rather than NKVD used to be, in the Kuptsov era? So it is amazing, and in this sense, Elizaveta, I agree with you that the artists are most sensible, and let's remember the philosopher Gilles Deleuze, who would say that the artists are the doctors and the patients of our times. Doctors because they treat us, and patients because they are the first to feel all of the horrors and the frustration of what we are going to live through. I think it's... should I stop now? No, you're good. So this philosophy, this interest to these philosophers, they live in the East. It's an entirely different life. Hang on. The entire modern civilization, it is a Europe-centered civilization. When I talk about this, no one built the pagodas. Everybody's building skyscrapers that the Germans came up with. So you can treat it however you want to, but the whole idea that the second millennium is a European millennium in the East as well. And without the understanding of what is a European civilization, where it reached in the postmodernism, in its, the philosophy of the past 30 to 40 years, European, and the philosophy of art, it's the finale of an enormous chapter in human development, and the realizing postmodernism. It's a part of the pathway into the future. So to move on forward, you need to understand where you're coming from. Why are you moving? And the whole idea that the totalitarianism, in a way it exists, if we support this whole utopian, dystopian discourse that's, started in the Renaissance, because that's why I brought it up, because, here we talked about Campanella, but, the whole term was created by Thomas More. So, we need to go back to Plato, to the tetralogy in the state, where they talk about the Atlantis of a perfect state. The whole idea of utopia, dystopia, and the attempt to build utopia in reality, that Europeans are taken by 300 years, whether it's, the Palma Nova, or this perfect city garden city that they're trying to build, or ideal structure from the French Revolution that is recurrent and leads to the most awful totalitarianism that in its literature and philosophy that Orwell perfected. But we, having rid ourselves of those utopias, we start to build dystopias, and this modern dystopia, we live in a very comfortable, convenient world, a comfort that accessible to us, even 30 years ago, was total science fiction. Look back, Kir Bulichov, Russian famous science fiction writer, he described it. It seemed just out of the question. And now in my pocket, I have a device that gives me access to all knowledge, accumulated by men, and I take pictures of cats using it. So we, having reached this incredible comfort, we now chased ourselves into the corner of an ideal utopia, because it's not the utopia. It's not the totalitarianism that's pushed on us from the top. It's not the nightmare of the mustache dictator. We build it for ourselves. And in order to understand how do we get out of it, what is freedom for a contemporary person, we need to figure out where we're going, where we at. And this is what they're doing, because the European philosophers, they've been writing on it about the past 30 years, that, guys, we are putting ourselves into a comfortable concentration concentration camp. And this whole COVID, it illustrates that, because first, we strip in the airports due to terrorism, because we give up everything for security, and now apart from your security should be demonstrated, you got to put a mask on, the defense suit, the gloves, so you're demonstrating the world that you're not trying to harm anybody. It inevitably leads to the spread of a non-conflictual society within which terrible conflicts are built from within that are never spoken through. Because see, in the East, people still talk. In the East, in the West, people hide behind political correctness statements. They don't talk about this anymore. You can't talk about it. The university discourse is going away because the audiences of people say, we shouldn't talk about this, you're insulting these, you're insulting those, you're offending those. It's madness. It's madness. We're throwing ourselves into this madness. And I believe the artists, they just feel they're trying to find a way out of this nightmare. And with the Soviet artists who lived in the real totalitarian state, their suggested way out, and the state that was built, Stalin's system. I'm not going to talk about the entire Soviet Union era because it was very different and it had different stages. But the Stalin state was built in many ways. It was built on terror, but not in everything. Because there was Deneka and Samakhvalov, the aforementioned artists, because in order to be an artist like Deneka, you got to believe. You're not going to be forced to paint this. Samakhvalov, you can't force this. And the beautiful architecture isn't forced. You got to believe in this somehow. And those ways out offered by Soviet artists through avant-garde, through post-avant-garde, they are without a doubt like never before. They're fitting for the moment we live in, because where we put ourselves in, where Europeans we put ourselves in, let's call it the conditional West. Because when we talk about Asia, everything, for them, everything is West. We are West for them. And it's very important, I believe. So where are we at? Are we in between? We're not East nor West? Well, let's figure out the geography. Listen, Russia has been resolving this issue for 1,000 years, So this is why Russia is this perfect place for this conversation, for this discourse. This is why everybody, that's why Rosenthal came here. That's why Leotard came here after the fall of the Iron Curtain, because Russia is the place where we are capable. We are capable, as an optimist, of figuring out this approach, this way to get out of this dead end where we voluntarily put ourselves. So let's just be Russia for now. So now, about mirrors. Can we talk about mirrors? About mirrors? Of course we can. Here, the whole exhibition, it's all glimmering. I want to say that due to these limitations, the situation is fairly particular in terms of exhibition visitation, because my colleagues found themselves in the Hermitage, in the Russian Museum, the Pushkin Museum, and there's nobody else there. But for a Lee Bul installation, this solitude is stunning, because the city of the sun, you have to be there one-on-one, because you fall apart into components. People today are extremely narcissistic. They keep looking at the image. What do people do? I look in the room. Some people are, in their phones. I hope they're putting things down, but most likely you're putting your own pictures and sending your own pictures to your buddies. This is where I was. Because if before, finding yourself on an exhibition, an artist would draw, make a copy, and then will ask for a picture taken. Now the selfie culture completely is demise of us. And it's not about narcissism, but about the narcissism dissipation. We don't see a full image of ourselves. When we look into a device, when we look into a mirror, we don't see us anymore. And this installation, Lee Bul's installations, the city of the sun, it's dark. It dissipated, it tore us apart. So when you find yourself over there, one-on-one, and you can't catch your own image, you can ask, what is happening to me? What is happening to me as to a person? What is a person today? Is it a sort of extension of a device that does the navigation for, and, is going house to house and the person don't see the beauty surrounding them? Or does a person still have something? Because despite the terrible conditions, where Campanella, created the city of the sun, despite the horrors of the totalitarian structure, people that lived at that time, they had an idea of self, and that can be called an ideal. You can call it an image of the time, an image of the upcoming era, like in the film the Things to Come in 1936, based on H.G. Wells. So we don't have this image. It fell apart at the Lee Bul's installation. The person gets lost. It's like, okay, where am I? I can't take a picture of myself. I can't find myself a spot. They can't find themselves a spot, and only then they got it. Then I do not exist. Therefore, I should do something about it. And I think Lee Bul is looking in the old for new, in the old, not in the old avant-garde. She's looking for new. So it matters for her, not just as a prototype, not as an image in which she's going to build. The Taut and Tatlin for her are very important, and Ivan Leonidov, her favorite architecture, thanks to the Museum of Architecture in St. Petersburg. These incredible things are finally on display. You had to come over from Mars to see it here. But she is looking for, not that I'm going to, find this over there and this over there. She's looking for the novelty that they found back in the day. What was novelty for them? Because, sure, utopia is impossible. Novelty is impossible. Thinking a utopia, you only have to look back. But it's the reversed time. Lisa, you said one extremely important thing. We don't have a future. They, in the 20s, in the 30s, they had a future. We don't. We have here and now. And in this present, you either look into the black mirror or you take a picture of the black mirror. And an attempt to look for this future through the embodiment of person and the deconstruction of a personality, because maybe we need to get to the point when a personality is destroyed. But there's a danger in there, I believe, because I'm sure art, a work of art, goes to a basic human need. This is the main difference from a human from an animal. Not that we just can create the art, we can appreciate the art. Apart from the elephants, elephants are capable of creating a work of art, yet elephants won't be able to appreciate it. People will appreciate it. So it's extremely important that the artists start talking about it. That's when we talk about any contemporary art, people need some sort of accompanying text. What is great with Lee Bul's work, that she affects the visual. Text is great. We can endlessly talk about what texts have influenced her, what text she bases her work in, what do comment on the work, but it's the visual. And Lee Bul is one of the few contemporary artists who works with the visual, forcing a person to get out of the cocoon of comfort created around the person. And for modern public, if you want to get something to them, you got to get a board and just smash them as they walk in. So a person is thrown out of the comfort zone. So a person starts looking around if they're hurt, if they're offended. But if you don't smash them with a board, if you don't hit them on the head with a board, you're gonna get this. Oh well, we went to an exhibition with my buds. Yeah, it was cool. This cool. Yeah, it shakes you to the core. It's disgusting. Because when I hear that, I get furious. Because the blood gets to my eyes. It's because this is that shouldn't be. That the art and the artist is doing that. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's suicide. When an artist goes against all the godly and biological law, deconstruct yourself and understand where you're at. And for the East, it's a great topic, because the Eastern civilization isn't that humanities-oriented as the Western. It doesn't put a person on top of everything. It's a different philosophy is built in. So, yes, it's a very important factor, but it's done via art, and it's very important. Philosophy is important. It matters. We can discuss who said what, or who wrote what, but the visual mean of getting the information for a person is extremely important to be understood by the public, so the people who get in, as my buddy said, the work of art ends, doesn't when an artist takes it off the stand, but at the moment when the public gets there. You know, the Altamira and Raphael and Lee Bul, they're all at the same level of completion. The moment a person comes in, the moment a person saturates it with their feelings, so the work of art is complete. What Lee Bul does, she does it virtuously from the visual point of view. Because see, the Oriental art, you sort of make conclusions for yourself, because, you know, you don't survive it literally. You sort of reimagine the reality. You create this image, the image that fits into a paradigm that is understandable for everyone today. How do you? What's your vision? Because, see, we see this Zeppelin over here. We'll talk about it. We see a dirigible. We see a Montgolfier over there, and it's hanging in the air. And those letters are scripted there. The neon letters appear on the Zeppelin, because in Korea, for whatever reason, they like neon. On the Venice in Venice at the pavilion, there's always neon. Transparency, mirrors, and neon. Mirrors as a reflections, transparency, and neon as sort of words that shine. So when I saw the, on the top, when I keep looking at it, I'm like, what is it? It's a circus. It's not a circus. For me, it's sort of a traveling show. These are, they're like tents between a dirigible and the Zeppelin. They are tents. So these are nomads, because a circus is nomadic in nature. So it's a never-ending journey. You can't find they can't find home. So, whether it's city of the future, city of something, it's very vague. So it's not about a space and time, a point in space and time. It is cerebral. There's plenty of symbolic images, and it's looking outward into the eternity. It's not talking about today. Everything gains an additional meaning. That's how I felt. How do you feel, ladies? Well said. Well said. We talk about utopia and dystopia, but the impossible of the utopian of utopian consciousness. There's no future, like Elizabeth said. It's not no future for punks. It's no future that shows us that everything is registered, everything's programmed, we can forecast everything, our pulse, the development of the economy, more or less viruses, this and that, with some notable exceptions. And in this prison, when there is no future, we keep our emotional response, the ability to create culture, and this culture going to be the tombstone of the humanity. Maybe nothing would be left of us, but the works of art will remain, even if the humanity is gonna cease to exist or move from Earth elsewhere. I agree that on the one hand, we know that the Eastern philosophy affected the entire 20th century, or at least the second half of the 20th century, when all of the avant-gardists were into Zen Buddhism. when Paik would tell Cage about Zen Buddhism, but we know about this tradition. But at the same time, when I look at Lee Bul's works, or when I visit the Korea Pavilion, I feel the breath that's different from a natural culture, from a global culture, or global culture. And it's the globality. Is it how I feel and I love and follow Lee Bul's work from 1999, that magic moment when I lost myself in the Korean Pavilion, where her karaoke booths were presented. They were the first karaoke booths I've ever seen, and they were a work of art. I thought, oh my, what a beautiful future is there. So, entertainment and art can put them into one. But I think Lee Bul, combined with this technology, that's what she's working with. So whether she's addressing German architecture, Soviet architecture, I think she's addressing technology in its purest form, not new technology, but the essence that, like in 1910s, 1920s, the artists, the architects like, Elizabeth is a representative of the super skill. They think of the future technologically. Well, I'm an art historian of architecture.
One more important thing is visual language. The visual language, we've been sitting here talking, and this language of images. Our contemporary civilization has lost its universal image language, the one that Andy Warhol worked with through Coca-Cola bottle. I mean, this universal language of culture that will be similar both in Russia and in Korea, and when everybody understands what we're talking about. And we tend to forget that this is another aspect of our link to avant-garde. This visual language was created in 1920s. We're talking about advertising language, the language that the world speaks today. So this conscious reference to this language from the artist, from Lee Bul, is quite understandable. Traditional culture is totally unpenetratable. When I give my lectures, I ask people, well, what's happening in the Rubens painting when Dioscuri brothers take the women, and nobody is able to answer. I mean, this Greek mythology. The greatest paradox is that I have never heard anyone asking me to explain Rubens. They ask me to explain Russian avant-garde. The most popular question I get when you're meeting someone not from the professional background, after you have your third shot, they start asking about the black square, Malevich's black square. The paradox is that contemporary art uses images that should be understood by the majority of the people, while Rubens uses images that are non-transparent because people haven't read the sources. And to find a visual language, this is a problem of the 20th century, and various artists find various solutions for that. Pop art, source art, there are various attempts to find this visual language. You can look for them in the Russian avant-garde, and then you have the way you interpret it, the language with which you interpret it. If we're talking about the philosophical aspect of the East, the East is about watching and about looking at something, contemplation, meditation. The West is about acting. But today, the East is following the Western principles. It acts. It does not contemplate that much any longer. But the genetics is still there. So this attempt to bring together two things, the action and the meditation, they create those Eastern artists who are trying to talk to the Western audience using the images that are clear, but talking about the things that the Western audience is unaware of. It is still exotic. There's still something exotic about it. If you sit on a river's bank, is it from Confucius? This is the paradox. This is a paradox of perception, and I mean we're mesmerized by it. When we look at an artist, someone like Lee Bul, we are mesmerized. We start to contemplate. We start to meditate, and through contemplation, we reach. Because any kind of art is the highest type of reflection. So you mean to say that she's trying to conquer you? Well, each artist does that, be it an architect or a painter, doesn't matter. Each artist is trying to conquer you. They try to use a language that you'd understand. And of course, I mean, it's about your background, whether you understand. If you don't understand, you just see a beautiful picture where somebody is trying to kidnap some girls. If you know what the plot is, you see more meanings, more layers of meaning. Because I mean, art is an endless intellectual contemplation or intellectual Altamir cave. Is an endless option. Ars longa vita brevis. I think this is the line that captures it all. Could we go to career? I had a feeling that our colleagues have switched off. Sunjung Kim, you're here. And Alex Takwanli. We had Alex in the first, so we now switch to career and hear something from our Korean friends and colleagues speaking about this.
Please welcome. You online now.
I'm here with
Я здесь с Lee Bul и Sunjung Lee. И мы находимся в мастерской.
And so we can start. Actually, I will change to Korean. So, 이태광 선생님, 저 이불 선생님의 기술의 불필성과 러시아 아방가르드의 연관성에 대해서 말씀해 주시죠. 아까 했던 얘기 중에서.
We'll tell you a bit how Lee Bul's signature art is connected with Russian avant-garde. Thank you for inviting us here. Can you hear me well?
제가 이불 작가의 그 작품에서 굉장히 주목했던 지점은요. 러시안 아방가르드
Something I wanted to point out in Lee Bul's work.
여러 가지의 아이디어들이 있는데 그 아이디어들이 이제
There are many ideas here and attempts
또 다른 또 양상으로 지금
to revive the ideas of the Russian avant-garde of the first period of its existence. If we try to define it briefly, in a nutshell, then I could say that she is directly linked to the attempts by the Russian artists. There's a dilemma. I mean, you need to accept it and you need to overcome it. And all the major issues that had to be resolved are the ideas of the Russian art. Despite those attempts to alter the global agenda, there's a huge cultural difference between us, like, a gap. But when you look at Lee Bul's work, you can feel it. We're not in Europe, but the language, the materials we use, the ideas we use, we didn't choose those. We were given those. We can talk about cultural stuff or ideological stuff, or it could be the product of education. But we had to deal with it. Well, the artists which are, I mean, not non-Westernized or not non-Western-oriented artists, they have to somehow deal with it. Russian avant-garde is different from the European avant-garde. And Lee Bul's works are also specific in this sense. They are very contemporary in this sense. Although you need to I mean, she couldn't take them directly, so this is the dilemma. She couldn't take them directly, borrow them directly. And it's also about technology. Something I would emphasize in Lee Bul's works, this transparency of technology. Well, people used to create objects for their everyday life, and and this is the idea behind every technology. The more technology evolves, the less we need those natural objects. And to give form to technology, to materialize it, it's important to keep in mind things like when Malevich, the father of Russian avant-garde, when he showed those things, and Lee Bul does have a lot in common with his work, and this dialogue, it is materialized. It has changed its grammar, and I think she penetrated this language. Lee Bul's works involve a lot of technical stuff, mechanical, technical stuff. Maybe, well, may we actually use those things? Well, we do use similar stuff, similar things, but not as tools. So this is what I think makes it similar to Russian avant-garde. It was very interesting for me to remember we materialize everything. We don't convey it through art, through letters, through words. And I really loved the way Lee Bul presents it. The things that we took for granted, she has materialized them. She made them foreign. She made them unusual, and it looked so Russian. When we're talking about utopia, I'd say it is the most important thing. We're not showing anything new. We're using materials, technology that has existed before. We don't go beyond this material. We emphasize this material. Well, we take this material to emphasize the idea of utopia. And this is what makes Lee Bul so outstanding and interesting, and she stands out among other Korean artists. Well, I'll take the floor now, and Soo-jin Lee, who was a co-curator of this exhibition. Well, until now, we've been talking a lot about the philosophical aspect. I'd rather talk about relevant stuff, the things that have to do with the exhibition itself. And I have a question to Alesia, who is now listening to us. Since we started planning this exhibition, we thought that it would be important to include works of Russian avant-garde artists. And this was the initial idea from the very beginning when we talked with Alesia, and we decided on it. And when Alesia selected or helped to find works by Russian artists. We couldn't really talk about it. Maybe she could elaborate. We changed the list of Russian works many times. It wasn't easy. It was one of the hardships, one of the difficulties. And maybe Alicia could tell us what she felt about this ever-changing mode. Since there's a question, I'll answer it. How was this list selected for the Lee Bul's exhibition? Well, it did undergo a number of changes, depending on the plans of the exhibition and depending on how these works would be presented in the Manege. We're now sitting with Kuptsov's work in the background. He was a disciple of Filonov, and this work is important as a kind of a quotation, a reference to the utopian thinking, a dream of new technologies that will bring us into this new and glamorous future. And we see this Lee Bul's Zeppelin that breaks through and heads for the utopia from this totalitarian past to the utopia that does not exist. What is also important was to find a direct analogies with Civitas Solis, with the City of the Sun, or Sun City. There was no direct link with Ivan Leonidov's work. His name came up while we were working on the exhibition, and I think knowing Lee Bul's works over Leonidov was this note that really gained some sound. Well, Elizaveta wanted to add something. I wanted to say that this Campanella's book, Civitas Solis, unfortunately Lenin has also read it, and it has influenced the 20th century. And after the war, in the art of young architects, of NER, they did use Campanella when designing new cities, and in a totally unexpected way, Leonidov wasn't allowed to build. Actually, he worked in the Ministry of Industries, of heavy industries, and he created maquettes of the buildings that were destroyed by the Bolsheviks, and we still have some maquettes he did for Kalyazin. In Kalyazin, there's a monastery there. It was destroyed the monastery there was blown up. Well, it was destroyed in 1939 and blown up in 1941. And the frescoes from this monastery are in the museum now. And the maquette for this monastery was made by Ivan Leonidov, and we found his a receipt that he signed receiving money for this maquette. So being there, making those maquettes, he would paint his city of the sun on wood and making them look like icons in a sense, and they become a starting point not only for him but for many other people. When he died, after he died in 1959, our architects, paper architects like Avakumov, all of a sudden go back to this Campanella's work, and this idea of the Civitas Solis has turned out to be a very living idea in the philosophical sense. So for us, we are an architectural museum. People have a very one-sided idea of an architectural museum. We show people how people used to build. Many people have this notion that we show how beautiful architecture used to be and how ugly it is now. So now, every time we have a chance to talk about what's behind it, and Lee Bul gives us an opportunity to talk about something we can't really talk about in another context. What also impresses, we see that Russian works that are presented here from 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, they serve as a quote, as a reference, and a metaphor. Because, of course, it's Lee Bul's exhibition, and the Russian choice reflects the impulse, the impetus that the artist found important. Even if she was not directly influenced by something, there are certain things Lee Bul wrote about, and we could see Tatlin's Tower and Third International Monument. But everybody knows that this model has not survived, although there is a wonderful reconstruction of this tower, of this model. But Tatlin's Tower is initially beyond the framework, but you have unexpected references that are also important for the viewers, for the audiences, and they will allow them to connect a contemporary artist. All contemporary artists, well, they're all global. They always used to travel around the world. At least used to travel, and Lee Bul, like other global artists, she lives where she works. When she made an installation for the Biennale in Venice, she lived in Venice. But for the quarantine, for the lockdown, she would come here and work in Manege. So we are not talking about some specific national or ethnic differences. We're talking about this difference between the works made in the turn of the century. So we have 100 years between these works, contemplating on the place we occupy in life, on what the scientists and artists were striving for. And you have this Tsiolkovsky dirigible or Zeppelin, and it links it to the Russian space exploration ideas. Because next year we're celebrating this 70th anniversary of Gagarin's first flight, and creating those compositions, the utopian images, the artists in the early 20th century have foretold what happened years later. Tsiolkovsky, by the way, has also influenced Russian avant-garde artists. Kudryashov, whose works were in Manege during the previous exhibition of kinetic art. Kudryashov made models or maquettes. His father made models for Tsiolkovsky, and Kudryashov helped him. And we've seen his compositions, and Burlyuk was very much into Tsiolkovsky. He even exchanged letters with him. But Tsiolkovsky was kind of distant. He wasn't really into contemporary art. But for the artists, it was very important. When we're looking at this maquette, it looks completely constructivist. Well, Tsiolkovsky was a follower of Fedorov.
The whole idea of going to space is the idea of freeing Earth of people when they stop dying. Because, well, if people stop dying tomorrow, the Earth's just gonna collapse. So we need to explore space, and the whole idea of immortality, of physical immortality, utopia, anti-utopia, the migration of souls, not souls. It's like do you know Ecclesiastes? People in the flesh and bone are going to stay living the eternal life. The first Bolsheviks were also Fedorovists, and Lenin is immortal now. And the whole idea that the entire space era, the entire Russian avant-garde era, and if we talk about this, we don't just, since we mentioned literature, Russian science fiction of the 1920s, that turned out to be not science fiction at all. Now, when I tell people that head of the Professor Dowell and the Amphibian Man of Belyaev were written in 1928 and 1929, but they sound so contemporary, but the influence of philosophy on the Russian avant-garde is enormous, and we can't forget about it. So when those things have been selected, I went through the catalog. I haven't seen the exhibition yet. I'm going to go in a minute, but that's what keeps coming up. I'm not sure if the curators thought about that, but that's the art. You can't fool it. You can't trick it. But I guess now we should address our question to Korea, because Lee Bul, she's here. She's watching us for now. We're talking about her art, and somewhere in Korea, we're honored to greet her, to give her the words of gratitude that we have this incredible opportunity to get this enormous exhibition, to see these incredible things and touch upon, the wonderful works. Thank you. It's an enormous distance, but our love and respect for you takes it over.
First of all, I have to say the water technology today, it's very hard to communicate, but we tried, and then probably, I hope, to work for us and then for there too. 지금 이야기들이 너무 흥미롭게 진행이 되고 있어서 제가 어디쯤에서 끼어들어서 얘기를 할까 아니면
Well, what a delightful conversation. And I couldn't decide when do I insert myself and what do I talk about. But honestly, I just want to keep listening where this is going to take us, what you're going to keep talking about. But really, I said everything I wanted with my exhibition. What you're listening through a microphone, it's the information of what kind of voice I have, that's it. But since I got a chance to talk, I got to say something. When this exhibition was offered, the fact that it's going to be in St. Petersburg was a challenge for me. I wanted to give it a try. My first thought was, it's a place that has influenced me enormously. It's a part of Russia. That has influenced me. That's the city where the culture has been reborn. And what new context can we give to it? Because I'm working with it. But the details that I wanted to give to the visitors of the exhibition, because it happened at the beginning of the pandemic, I was thinking whether it was possible, and the process and the stages, they're quite amazing. Because during the preparation, I kept asking, is it possible to set it aside for a while? I thought whether it was possible to just do it long distance, because I'm used to going to a place and with my own two eyes looking at the exhibition space and decide everything on the spot. That's the way I've been taken before, and this is everything that I have in my memory. That's my knowledge, my information, my experience. I put it together, I make decisions. And I was thinking whether it was possible to send any information and do it somewhere where it wouldn't be physically present. I had my doubts. And one can say that it was slightly against my will. But then people around me, they supported me. Their passion, their drive took us where we are today. I look at it today via a screen. I'm looking at my own exhibition through the pictures on the website. I'm confident that what you can experience on the spot is different from what I see on the screen, and because the videos and the pictures, they never tell you the whole story. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but I want to, once again, I want to thank all of you who've been with me through this. I'm deeply touched by it all. It is slightly different from the topic of our conversation, but I can't list everyone that I'm grateful to, but I just want to say thank you once again.
Talked in English by Lee Bul's word simply because the translation is quite difficult in far away. So Lee Bul wants to thanks to all the Manege members to realize this project.
We should say thank you so much for Anna Kirikova. She's staying with us. She was the leader of this project. She's all time pushing everybody. She's all time fast, and she's, a very energetic person. Thank you, Anna. You know Anna, yes, Sunjung Lee. We should thank Anna, yeah?
And yeah.
제가 한 가지 지금 얘기하다 보니까 생각나는데 인사말은 약간 그걸로 이제 우리가 또 하나는 이번 전시를 통해 제가 지금 여기서
One thing came to me.
정도인데요. 이번 전시를 계기로
I kind of want to show you
제가 러시아
through this camera.
대해서 공부를 더 하게 됐어요.
Thanks to this exhibition, I started studying Russian art. I thought on this myself, and I was sure.
그쪽에서 이제 러시아 크리에이터가 보내주는 자료들을 보면서 뭐 어떤 것이 가능한지 뭐 이런 것들을 보면서
But I spoke with Elisa Turkina and I realized that possibly there's quite a bit to learn.
사실은 내가 갖고 있는 선을 잘 따라가서 이거를 연결해서 보여주려고 했었던 게 처음에 계획인데
And I realized that initially I wanted to follow my regular roadmap, but then there was a feeling that I stumbled in a way. But then if everything is so wide and so deep,
그래서 거꾸로 그때부터 실제로 어떤 작업들이 가능할지
I wouldn't be able to follow the tempo I did before and untangle things at the same pace that I was used to.
그 러시아 아방가르드에 대해서
Because during the previous year, I was mad with happiness, and I was getting to know all of Russian avant-garde.
그 디벨롭먼트가 나올 것 같은 이런 기대나 흥분도 있고, 그리고 우리가
And now,
결과적으로 우리가
I'm looking forward to what the results are going to be, what's going to be my further development.
어떤 것은 레퍼런스고, 어떤 것은 새로운 발견이고, 어떤 것은 유사점이고, 어떤 것은
The works that we picked with the Russian side, some are the usual suspects, and some are very fresh and bold choices.
관계가 다른 방식, 다른 물리로 다른 방식으로 이렇게 만나기 있는 거를 염두하고 지금 전시가 디자인됐기 때문에 그런 부분을 이렇게 조금 초점을 맞춰서.
But that's the designers picked those things to sort of find the vantage points and reach a harmony.
There is some question from the audience. It's one question. The first one is, do you know contemporary Russian artists? And who is your favorite, artist who's working now in Russia? It's the question for the artist. Do you know Russian artists, contemporary Russian artists, and who is your favorite one?
No, that's always very difficult question because it's sometimes I don't know what is my favorite because I know many tastes. I love some taste, but I don't know what is my favorite because I'm a kind of person who really easily fall in love. So I have many lovers.
Вот мы на связи сейчас. Если мы на линии, то, может, есть еще какие-то вопросы, на которые...
We're on the line now. If there's any more questions, we can ask the artist, because everything I get, I keep asking that if there's anyone of the contemporary artists who you're interested in, who do you follow? How can you describe your experience of creating an exhibition with the new reality, with the long-distance setup? Is there anything positive? But I think we received an answer to that. If that's it for questions, can you say a few words, the works behind you in your workshop? What's behind you?
Tell me something of these paintings. Yeah, tell me the story. What's that? Show me. Show us, please. Yeah, it's. Wow.
Yeah, this is a kind of process for resetting for our conversation because it looks beautiful color just behind us. That makes fresh for three creatures.
It's not. It is not completed yet. It's in process. Yeah. This painting is in process.
Yes, of course.
I know.
Yes. And I think one of your questions is about the favorite, but I answered this very generally. But I think I have to say about Ivan Leonidov.
Ivan Leonidov, yeah, architect Ivan Leonidov.
Yeah, it's Ivan Leonidov. Leonidov. Yes, it's because I didn't know about him, but I really surprised because he's when I saw his works, I feel I completely understand about his language because we have a same reference and also kind of purely expression, and also is a very similar expression uses I mean not about the technique but the imaginary is very similar. So and also is even I just about the image is a not real piece, yeah, but frankly for me is kind of low resolution images make a kind of more imaginary for me. It's amazing him. So I yeah, he was kind of my boyfriend with developing about his show. Yeah.
So speaking of Ian Leonidov, I find it interesting that both Lee Bul's work and Leonidov's work, they both imagine a utopia as a landscape. When growing up in the 80s and 90s in Korea, watching a lot of sci-fi movies, I imagine utopia as some kind of cityscapes, but
oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. But this is a cityscape too. It's not possible to separate in a cityscape and landscape because it's even he focus about some looks like a landscape, but this is a kind of a structure also. So the structure means is a cityscape for me. So maybe we can talk about a little bit some far from this issue, but anyway, it's connected. It's 누구지 그 author? It's a Crush's author.
What's the name of the author of the
J.H. Ballard is we can say his imagination is about the cityscape. Yeah, but this is I think this is cityscape at the same time is a landscape. So it's when we feel this is a landscape is a kind of how can I say it's 그러니까는 랜드스케이프란 어떤 것이다라는 그냥 이렇게 전형인 거지 실제 랜드스케이프이 아니란 거예요. 그러니까 랜드스케이프와 시티스케이프를 구분하는 거가 사실은 자연과 그 인공을 구분하는 것만큼이나 공허한 구분이라고 보는 거예요 지금.
It's very important to differentiate here the cityscape and the landscape. We got one more question. The audience members, they'd like to know more about the early performances, since we don't have any illustration of that. Maybe Lee Bul is planning some of her earlier works. Why aren't any performances here at the exhibition? That the Mori Museum director talked about your performances in the 90s. Do you believe this page has been turned?
Could you repeat
the question? Repeat the question, please.
Спрашивают, что
The question is, there was a presentation made by the Mori director of the Mori Museum, and she told about the performances. We don't have performances at this exhibition. Why is that? Do you mean that you've turned over the page, you don't want to go back to the performances? You're finished with performances? Or, I mean, is it deliberate, or is it just the way it worked out?
So it's the question of I don't know. I can say like this, but I did a 24th, the performance is over 20 years ago, and then also maybe it's possible to show there, but I think it's how can I say? My Earth is very, very wide. It's not possible to one space. I think it's a maybe it's possible. Actually, I think I have another show in next February about my early performance.
Where in Seoul?
About my early. Yes.
So maybe one day we could show something in Manege on the screen. We could see performances on the screen, because we have the screen. We could show
that'd be great.
For 1 hour or 2 hours to show some examples, some pieces, some images from your performance.
I think that'd be great. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Also, the audience can find Lee Bul's different works from the timeline on the wall, because Lee Bul has diverse works from like a series of the works. So we put on the wall how she developed her ideas through the different times. So please check it out.
And did you see the catalog of the exhibition? Do you have a copy of the catalog of the exhibition? Not yet?
Not yet.
But it's beautiful. It's fantastic, the cover and everything.
So it's
4 or 5 types of paper, the cover and the mirror. Yeah, it's beautiful catalog. At 3 o'clock we have the presentation. 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock we have the presentation of the catalog. You could see the catalog here. Yes. But it's a beautiful one. It's one of the best we published for Manege. It's the best one, yes. Congratulations. I'm a bit jealous, because the catalog of my exhibition, it's not so, not so good. Beautiful. The paper, everything, design. Congratulations to Ira Chekmaryova. She did the design for this book. And of course, Anna Kirikova, she did the text. She spent a lot of time working on the text and translation and everything. So it's a great advantage for all of us. So it's 25 minutes now. So it's 5 minutes for something, for tea. Может, что-нибудь скажем?
Maybe we say something.
Moscow Architectural Museum, one of the best museums in Russia. And the funds of this museum is always open for visitors, for exhibitions. So it's a fantastic chance.
Thank you so much. Спасибо на добром слове.
Well, thank you for the praise. It is an honor for us to be part of this project. I'm talking on my colleagues' behalf, those who selected the works. Ivan Leonidov, he was totally forgotten, and then he was remembered and then forgotten again. We are happy that he continues to be the person who creates art, because if contemporary artist talks about him as of a very important main artist in his oeuvre, this is life. This is the best illustration to this phrase "ars longa vita brevis." Another important aspect is making our funds, our collection relevant to today. For today, everybody's asking themselves in the museums, how do we make it relevant? There's nothing special. Let people watch and see and compare. And we're very happy to be part of this project. It really makes me happy. And we're no longer a cemetery of culture. We become a place that helps to create new stuff and make really relevant topical things. I'm talking as a museum director and not as an art critic, and I'm happy that we've done our job. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for coming from Moscow. Is that it?
Thank you so much. It's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock in Seoul. What's the time in Seoul now? 7 o'clock, yeah?
8:20.
8 o'clock. It's time for dinner. Have a good dinner tonight. Thank you so much. Все, мы заканчиваем. Спасибо.
And we wrap up here. Thank you very much.
Нет. Она будет презентация.
Она презентацию проводится.
Так, тогда... Не-не-не, вы заливайте, я тогда расскажу...
Можно пока водички.
Дам слово Валерии.
Можно?
Сначала она расскажет о проекте вообще, потом дам слово вам и Sunjung Kim. Она одна будет, да? Хорошо. Хорошо. Потом вы знак сделаете, что Чекмарева готова. Я так Чекмарева дам слово. А потом Туркин и свободный диалог. Какой-нибудь знак такой сделаете? Кто-нибудь.
Ну если я выгодилась, то здесь так светит софит, снимали маску, да?
В каком смысле?
Снимаете маску. Такой безопасный. Когда хожу,
А здесь невозможно научиться, это только практика. У меня есть маленький секрет, я давным-давно, мне еще 20 лет не было, я вел утреннюю информационную программу, у меня такое возвращение в этот мир было достаточно, ну, скажем так, комфортным. Так же, как и, условно говоря, ораторское мастерство, чувство аудитории, это только практика. То есть, ну, наверное, сочетать с какой-то теорией. Подключаем телефон. Есть вещи, которые нужно не забыть сделать, если ты спикер. Ну что, мы начинаем? Здравствуйте еще.
So, good afternoon once again for everyone who's joining our big conversation today. I want to thank the participants of the sessions 1 and 2. It was a great conversation, a very intense conversation, and I'm sure the audience enjoyed it as well. The third part is dedicated to the catalog, one of the few important dimensions of our project that on the one hand is an indispensable part thereof, and on the other hand it's potentially something more. The catalog, I think, in the artistic space is a very important element, particularly when catalogs dedicated to some temporary exhibitions. And in many respects, it not only preserves the information on the exhibition, but it's in a way it's a dictionary for the exhibition. It preserves the memory of it. It becomes an independent element that in the physical world, and not just in your own reflections, gives you a chance to remember the project by. But even that is an incomplete definition, as it remains a part of the project and allows you to place yourself in a different temporal dimension. My co-moderator today Alessia Turkina will be my co-moderator, yes, no? Oh, Sunjung Kim, or Sunjung Lee. Sunjung Kim. And we'll carry on the conversation that I'll try to structure and make it as filled with content as possible. I'd like to start with the conversation that the catalog is part of the big publishing program that we developed together with the Free Artist Foundation. Valeria Demkovich, the representative of this foundation, is here with us. And this series of catalogs of these reflections on the exhibition projects was made by the Free Artist Foundation and makes an indispensable part of our exhibition program. And I hope that Valeria will present the work that on one hand has a certain history to it, but also has some future for it as well. So hello once again. My name is Valeria Demkovich. I represent the non-governmental organization on development of culture called Free Artist, which was founded on the basis of the project of the Free Artists of St. Petersburg, which in turn was initiated by the Admiral Group of Yuri and Dmitry Saulidi. Our work started with the reconstruction of churches. Then we launched onto projects, and right now there's a publishing program that we do, which has over 50 publications, 7 out of which you can see behind, together with Manege. They were dedicated to various exhibitions: Christ in the Dungeon, Deneka Samachvalov, the 70s, and Life After Life. And today we'd like to present our latest catalog, Lee Bul, the Utopia Saved. And I hope it will be successful with the Manege audience, and not only Manege audience. Now, Valeria, if you would allow me, if Sunjung Lee, if you don't mind, first I'm going to give the floor to Anya Kirikova, who is the initiator of this project that turned into this, physically into the exhibition inside which we find ourselves today. And one of the ideas of this project in the very beginning, as the first thoughts of this joint project appeared, was to accompany it with the catalog. It was a separate branch of our work that started at the first, together when we received the okay from the artists to start the fulfillment of this project. Pavel, thank you. Well, it all began with a very clear thought that there got to be a catalog for the beginning of the exhibition, and we made it work. Let me first express my gratitude to Yuri and Dmitry Saulidi, to the supportive organizations, to our artistic director. She's going to speak for herself. All our authors, contributors, and the co-editors, the curators of the exhibition, Sunjung Kim and Sunjung Lee. You see them on the screen. Let me voice a thought that's self-evident, but still a very important one. A catalog is an independent artifact from the exhibition, because exhibitions come and go, and books stay forever. The book we ended up with, which makes us particularly proud, is that this is the first book, first study into Lee Bul's work. It's in 2 languages, but the Russian part studies her work in this detailed manner for the first time. The exhibition in Manege, I like to talk to her about, it's a journey exhibition. It's an experience of getting into a constructed reality. Our catalog is the journey book, in a way. Because apart from dictionaries from great contributors, we've included Lee Bul's work that are in the exhibitions and Lee Bul's works that are not in the exhibitions. And a separate part, there's a Russian part, the works of Russian avant-garde that are here as well. We've also added something that works great for this feeling of a journey around the book, of Lee Bul's worlds using this book. These are quotes from various sources, various interviews by Lee Bul throughout the past decade, accompanied by abstract, but at the same time sort of diverging photographs by Lee Bul herself that give us a chance to get into her inner world, and it is her inner world that is the subject of this exhibition and the catalog. I'm quite excited that we were able to study Lee Bul's creativity from different angles. We have a great introductory articles from Sunjung Kim and Sunjung Lee that give us a hint as to how to look at this exhibition. We have a perspective by Alessia Turkina, not just about the meeting of Lee Bul, of her meeting with the Russian avant-garde, but Alessia's personal experience. I'm happy that we were able to add architectural angle to our essays, so we'll look at the works of Lee Bul from the architectural viewpoint as well, because it's very important for our exhibition as well. The way she works with utopias, architectural modernism. Cole Roscoe from Hong Kong University also contributed, where and Alex Taekwon Lee, who been with us twice today. He looks at her work through the prism of modern philosophical practices, and an article by Sunjung Kim that doesn't have to do with Lee Bul directly, but our Korean colleagues suggested we included it. It looks at the mythology and philosophy of glass architecture that influenced her. We're going to thank our interpreters, the translators. As the editor of the Russian version, translating Lee Bul is difficult, and her quotes and the names of her works, critical and analytical articles, are a challenge, because as a person of very broad views, and in every title, in every name, there's lots of different allusions that the translators and I had to guess, find the Russian versions, and an important task was to make sure that the Russian text sounded like a Russian text. And I think we managed, so once again, I want to thank Sergei Afonin and Viola Voya for this work. And since we prepared the catalog before the opening, we weren't able to include the pictures of the actual exhibition. But because Lee Bul created this exhibition, having created a model of Manege 150 model in her studio, where she personally placed all the items that are present here. There's even there's little tiny people in there, I guess, to understand the placement of the works. We included the pictures from the modeled exhibitions. Briefly, that's it. Thank you, Anya. We'll see the presentation of the catalog itself that Irina Chikmareva will make. one of the major contributors. Now I would like to give the floor to Sujun Lee, because the preparation of the exhibition, of the catalog, they ran in parallel. And you had an opportunity to be next to the artist the whole time, next to Lee Bul. Did you feel any mutual influence between these two parts? Was there any connection between prepping the exhibition and prepping the catalog? Because the catalog is supposed to guide you through the exhibition and help the audience to decipher these fairly complicated imagery.
For me, it was a kind of a study into Lee Bul's work through producing the catalog and also helping to realize the exhibition, and studying about Lee Bul's work and writing about it, and learning about Russian avant-garde art along with Lee Bul's work. They all came through as one project. It was probably one of the most valuable experiences. And communicating with other authors and with Anna, Olga, and Sunjung and Lee Bul and her studio, and getting access to a lot of images of both past works and exhibitions. That is a very rare opportunity.
Maybe a short question before we show the catalog. Your impressions on how the artist herself viewed this catalog. Did she see it as, has it influenced the exhibition itself? Maybe, some of the impressions the artist had about the catalog. This is a question to Mrs. Lee.
Okay.
For Mrs. Lee Bul or Mrs. Sujun Lee?
Да. Теперь, конечно, госпоже Ли Буль, чтобы.
Now it's of course to the artist, to Lee Bul. The question is, for an artist, the exhibition is important, the work of art is important, but also how it is reflected in a certain context. The context may be at the exhibition or in the catalog. How important was the catalog? How detailed was your attention towards the catalog while you were preparing the exhibition? Well, it's a question to Lee Bul, of course, as an artist.
For me, it's make a catalog and make a exhibition is a kind of two projects is in the one project, because one exhibition is through the three-dimensional, and then the other one is through the two-dimensional. But that is, but it's the same thing. Is there is a start, beginning, and also there is an ending. So it's always for me is make a catalog, make a book, or make is two-dimensional work. It's very important. So I think for the exhibition very carefully thought about the rhythm, the visitor's rhythm, and also for the catalogs, I really carefully thought about the rhythm for the viewer. So there's a kind of rhythm and pose and kind of, focus and then distance, long distance or something. So I really carefully, select the image. Is about the, wide view and also kind of narrow, and also after then detail, and also some kind of, pose, and then turn to the text, and turn to the image. It's something very, very carefully calculated. So for me, that's a kind of, it's the same thing with making the exhibition. And also, maybe the other way I have to say is that make a catalog is more difficult more challengeable for me, because this two-dimensional make endless and imaginary, and also there is a text. So that's that very different, approach to the for the viewer. Because normally exhibition is thinking about experience of in the space. It's not just to watch, but for the catalog, we have to focus about the watch. So focus about our view, eye, and maybe there is one more kind of touch, but still it's all about the visuality. So I think that's a big challenge for me, but anyway, always it's very, very fascinating work. So this time, I really enjoyed the whole kind of a process of the selected image, and also some trying to make a kind of poetic rhythm, and also some trying to, or hope to, every page is they kind of make a new context and also new imaginations of the viewer.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. Now allow me to give the floor to Irina Chekmaryova, who actually, manually put together this book together with Andrei Sheluta. It is an amazing team. They never cease to surprise me working on various projects with Manege. I already had a chance to touch it, to look through. It is an amazing work of art, and in a sense, this catalog is a kind of a benchmark, becomes a benchmark for making catalogs. So Irina will probably tell us in more detail how this magnificent book came to being. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and everybody who's here and everybody who's watching us online. My name's Irina Chekmaryova, and together with Andrei Sheluta, I was the designer of this catalog and graphic designers for this exhibition, the exhibition you'll be able to see in Manege. Since we work a lot with exhibitions and catalogs, a catalog for us is always kind of a continuation of an exhibition. A lot has been said, and I think Lee Bul put it very nicely, what the catalog means for her. For us, it was important to grasp this this art and to grasp her wish to make this two-dimensional version of her art. We began making it in summer. Thank you for letting us be part of this project, because it is an amazing project in many ways. First of all, the artist is unique. It's very interesting. She uses unusual materials, creates magnificent installations, and we wanted to reflect all her fantastic worlds. If you take this catalog, you need to have this feeling that you're immersed, in the artwork. You can see the cover on screen. We knew that we were going to use various materials: mirror, cloth, plastic, all kinds of paper. The first chapter illustrated. I mean, it's mainly about texts. It includes texts and the articles, and the main idea. We had two languages here, and the texts are telling about Lee Bul's works and of various images and artworks she's been working with. So it was very important to place an image next to the text for everyone to understand, that this work is here because she's referring to it. It wasn't easy with two languages going simultaneously. I hope you'll find it interesting and you'll understand how it works. This part of the catalog is printed on paper, Arctic Volume White. It's a whitened paper. It allows you to use some historic archival images, and it allows you to make images bright and colorful, and it's very nice to touch.
And the next type that we used is the brightest paper with glossy coating. I used it for the first time in a catalog, but it looked in place here, and it gave a chance for Lee Bul's works to shine for real and give you a feeling of how bright and actually glossy they are. The third one, the Russian section of the book, here is an offset paper it gives you a chance to provide a historical context for the exhibition. Speaking about the cover, here we used a Swiss cover with silver lamination on the side, and front and back covers. It's an amazing material. It's paper with viscose, so it allows you to print anything you want on it, but it's so nice to touch. We originally had a slightly different idea, but Lee Bul wanted to use a work that's never been exhibited before. It's here on the exhibition, and it's made on the velvet. We weren't able, unfortunately, to make a velvet cover. It's pretty much impossible with calligraphy, but we found a fabric that allows you to print on it and gives you a tactile feeling, and also when you pass from a shiny side to the silky, fabric-y cover, great feeling. Plus, it has inserts from sort of, this shimmering copying paper that allows you to go from one section to another. Think in brief, that's it. We're going to see the catalog. It's been incredibly interesting. This solution took time to find. The combination of the texts and models and installations, because first we build a catalog, and then we just put it apart and put it together anew. It was very hard to understand Lee Bul's world, and after studying it, we've reformatted it a bit on paper. I hope it would be understandable where things came from. Thanks, Irina. Thank you, Andrei. He's here. But Irina's on the stage. Now, I want to ask Sunjung Lee, do you have any questions for our audience or for the speakers that you see in the room? If you have a question, right now is your chance to ask this question.
I have a question to Pavel. How do you think about the, I mean, we couldn't see the exhibition by ourselves, so you are there and you can see the exhibition, so can you tell us about the exhibition? Do you like it? Or
Спасибо. Это отличный вопрос.
Well, thank you. What a lovely question. Yes, I have seen, as you can imagine, quite a bit of exhibitions. Some of them were in Manege. But now, I'm happy to watch the exhibitions that happen here from just a word that's mentioned in passing, a page, a name, to the physical embodiment of that exhibition. And oftentimes with sadness, or sometimes, I'm calmer about it, as the exhibition is being stricken down to make room for a new project being survived by a catalog or shared memories. And in every exhibition, I try to find something special for myself. And my first reason, to create this was my deep admiration for Lee Bul and the feeling that I get from this intuitive perception of the artist's work. Maybe it sounds a bit more grandiose than I wanted it to be, but from the start I got this feeling that it's the artist who speaks with eternity, and it in many ways defined my attitude and the importance of the artist. I can speak about the exhibition a lot because from my first impression I still think I'm going to have a life with this exhibition, because right now, all I see right now is just incredible balance. I, myself, love the multi-layered projects, where the audience and with different levels of preparation, when they just go from just a journey to deep intellectual thought. So for me, it's a great combination of emotional or sensual or sentimental perception with an intellectual component. And this approximation of sensational is extremely important for me, because right now I feel it fully, and even more so. It's fun for me. It's fun for me that it's not just the memories are going to stay with me, but the catalog as well. That, as we've was mentioned it twice, has a tactile aspect to it. So it's the feeling that you get on the tips of your fingers, which, in my opinion, is something very fitting to the exhibition. And the catalog and the exhibition, there is a good connection, emotional and intellectual. Did I answer your question?
Yes, great to hear from you.
Спасибо большое. Может быть, тогда еще вы один вопрос зададите.
Thank you. Then, maybe you have a question to somebody else as well. One, a designer of the catalogs, or contributors, or maybe, something, but how like you worked with the catalog, with something like this.
I mean, Lee Bul and I really, really thanks to everybody who involved in the catalog. I mean, Anna and like Lesha and right other artists, and then Irena for great design for the catalog, and also the writers. We really want to have a good writing essays for the catalogs, and we got very good essays for this catalog. So we are very happy with that. And also I want to thanks to Miri and Jihan for working hard for the providing all the materials from the studio. They are here, actually.
Directors of the Lee Bul studio.
Yeah. They are here. So I want to introduce the backside of Lee Bul studio. I mean, 다 오세요. 저기. Three of them worked really hard to realize this project, so I'm happy to introduce them.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you.
Привет Сеулу. Спасибо всем, даже если ваши лица закрыты масками.
Even if your faces are covered with masks, we still admire you all the same. Now, let me give a chance to Olesya Turkina to speak. A couple words, because I know, a couple words, there's a figure of speech, because I know her admiration of Lee Bul's work, and how do you think how easy it is to combine the rational and irrational? First of all, I'd like to congratulate you. I've heard some opinions about the exhibitions, and one of the opinions of Dmitry Novik, a journalist, who said it's a very intellectual exhibition. There are such combinations here that you don't see them from the start, but when you understand them, they take you in, and this smartness, this intellectualism is incredible. It's very important because it's emotional, it's immersive, and there's installations where a person, is one-on-one with themselves. They can feel excitement and horror, but at the same time, it's an exhibition that lets you feel and think at the same time. So for me, it's a real adventure. I myself, yesterday, was ecstatic to find myself over here. I was here by myself, and it's the best journey, the first steps and the last steps. When the person, appears and the person goes away, that's the steps they make alone. And it's the same with the art. It's like death. But there's nothing wrong about death. There's another life after death. So this exhibition for me is both life and death. And I want to thank you for the catalog. What it made me think about, as I was caressing this catalog, because it is very tactile, it represents art in an incredible fashion. I thought these were handwritten books were like. Before the Gutenberg era, there's going to when the Gutenberg era came in, these books are going to be available to everyone. And now we're switching to a new digital format. And the beauty of this publication is that it's a printed book. But like Irina described it, it's like a monk that was sitting in a monastery and wrote, I used the ink from such and such nut. I added lapis lazuli and gold. It's a true work of art, a pre-Gutenbergian work of art. What's a gem in our life? All precious metals, they're all dropping in value unless, something's made of them. Thank you, because this journey will allow us to continue this exhibition, as it's going to get dismantled in 2021. And maybe someone didn't make it to the exhibition, they will be able to immerse into this book. And it's tactile, it's emotional, as the catalog is. It's optical as well. It's very smart and very emotional at the same time. Thank you, Olesya. As a being a moderator, I'd like to persist and like to say ask you how difficult it was to combine emotional and intellectual in your article. Continue deciphering the artist's work, continue admiring, opening new dimensions. For me, it's always a mystery as to how a person within combines sense and sensibility. Well, as I wrote, in 1999, I fell in love with Lee Bul's art, and when I was free from my functions as the curator in the Russian pavilion, I would run either to the main pavilion to see Harold Zeman and see her cyborgs, to the karaoke booths of Lee Bul, and ever since then, when I had a chance to see Lee Bul's works, I saw it, I admired the development. Because when an artist creates something and it gets acknowledgement, it's easy to replicate. Lee Bul never replicates, she always changes. And I was as excited about the morning serenade when I saw NASA's NASA's note about tilt of the Earth's axis. You know, Lee Bul's always excites me and scares me, and it's a cathartic experience. So I tried to merge biographical with as disengaged as much as I could the approach to Lee Bul's art, to make it as disengaged as possible, to appreciate the importance of this personal connection. At the same time, those who will be reading it, they have to get a geographical reference point. So, you know, there's Yefremov, Tsiolkovsky, the tragedy of Kuptsov, Ivan Leonidov. That's what the art is all about. The arts and culture are our last opportunities to feel compassion, to empathize with something. So this is our last love. We don't love another person as much as we love art. Oh, thank you. Sunjung Kim. Now, my question goes to you. Your experience of combining emotional and rational. On one hand, you're close with the artist. Right now, you are inside her studio, and you can't disengage from this emotional connection. At the same time, as art historians, as professionals, you must look at the art in a non-biased fashion and formulate it and put it in a book. How do you do it?
It's a difficult question, but I wanted to comment that this is the very first catalog of Lee Bul that includes her childhood photo. And that, I think, speaks to the emotional aspect that I think you're talking about. But I think because we know personally, I mean, for Sunjung, it's been decades for her to have known Lee Bul, but I think if you know the artist, it's really, really difficult to separate the emotional from the professional or intellectual. So that's why I think it's a very difficult question.
Но этот опыт у вас уже есть.
But you've had this experience.
Lee Bul is next to us, so even it's more difficult.
Да, для вас это еще одно испытание.
For you, it's another experience you have to go through.
Мы говорили сейчас о том, что
We've been saying that the catalog, as it often happens with real art, it has a lot of dimensions. facets. In this catalog, we see a lot of links with Russian culture, with Asian culture, because we see a lot of engravings by Korean artists, and they somehow prompt solutions to the artist's works. And in this respect, this visual meeting, other visual images, I can't really express. It's very comfortable to get hold of. But the texts are really important. We always have, unfortunately, we have this verbal curse when we have different understanding of the same words, because we fill them with different meanings. But we have to use words when we talk about art. We cannot only use images. And here, another challenge is that the book is translated. It's English-Russian, but it also has a Korean language background, because the titles of the works were often translated from Korean. How did you, manage to make these titles precise and definitions? I will ask Anna to talk about it, and Sunjung Lee to talk about it. You say in your article that translation was really difficult, because the translation sounds different in Russian and English and in Korean. Let's start with Anna, and then I'll give the floor to you. Yes, it wasn't easy, but as I said, we tried to guess. There were more sources than one behind certain titles. For example, there's a work by Lee Bul, which is not part of the exhibition, but it is referred to by several authors. It is the part of the work, Weep into Stones. We could translate it literally like to cry onto stones, but this installation has a plot, a verbal plot, because Lee Bul likes to have verbal plots in her installations, which gave us a tip to us, to translators, of what we could do with it. We were looking for this quotation. It wasn't easy, because Lee Bul doesn't like to give the quotations in full. She often takes quotations from a book, let's say, but from different parts of the book. So it's kind of difficult. But we managed to find a book by a British physician and writer, was it Thomas Bowell, who actually, there was quotations from his book that was dedicated to the tombs and urns, ancient Roman urns. And in this book, he referred to Niobe myth. You know that Niobe, she had a lot of children and sons and daughters, and she was too proud of them. She thought them to be the most beautiful, and that made gods angry, and they turned her into a stone. And the stone, she cried so much that she turned into a stone. And being a stone, she kept weeping. So we realized that it's not crying over stone or on the stone. It is something about, freezing from grief. But then we had a talk on WhatsApp with Lee Bul and with the curators. I sent them literal translation and asked them, have we guessed? Is it what you wanted to say? And Lee Bul and Sunjung corrected me. We have a set phrase in Russian when you turn into a stone from grief. And Sunjung said that it's about weeping, that the flow, the tears are flowing. Yes, and we eventually translated it to turn into stone from weeping, from tears. So we've learned a lot while working on these texts. It is another dimension or a facet of this exhibition. I have a feeling of the poetic side of this title and the poetic character of the works, which to me is also very important about this exhibition. Maybe you could be more specific about poetry and poetic and the poetic in the artist's work. Sunjung, this is a question to you about the poetic character of the artist's work.
Actually, Lee Bul always make the title in English, not in Korean. So she always like to complex and multi-layer meaning, and it has not. And also, I think she opened up the meanings. So that's the way she works. And then during the communication with Anna about the title of the exhibition and also work title, there is many emails we got and discussed, but because sometimes the sounds, the grammar is not working and the meaning is not working, and so they had Anna corrected the translation, but we want to have this English title that was which was actually given by Lee Bul as that it is. So always there is, I don't know how to say, but there is, it's not, she doesn't want to have logical definition for the title, and it has to be. I think that that means she wants to have a different meaning different reading from the titles. And Sunjung, you want to add?
Her most of her titles wouldn't be. It would be impossible to translate them into Korean as well.
So always she is talking about impossibility in many ways. From the title to the work.
Yeah, it's a very valuable comment. I'd like to draw your attention to the 6 symbols or 6 letters that form the name of the artist, and they serve as an important visual symbol. Even before you get to the exhibition, maybe Irina will elaborate on how they came up with this typeface, how they, transcribing this name of the artist. I also find it unusual and important for this exhibition. Well, the first thing I thought of when we started to work with Lee Bul's oeuvre with a lot of mirrors, we thought of the Snow Queen fairy tale. I don't know if this tale is known in Korea, but it's very well known in Russia. There was this boy, the Andersen's fairy tale, where there was a boy who would take, little pieces of ice to put them together into the word, and makes them into a word, eternity. So we wanted to make those bits of mirror to put together Lee Bul's name with a reference to eternity, and we used those bits of mirror made of plastic, not necessarily made of mirror glass. with fragments of her name. We separated them into several bits, and we tried to put them together into one single story. If you're an exhibition and you go through, you will see that the labels are made in the same manner. We tried to do it as delicately as possible without intrusion, to create a general idea, general image of an exhibition design. And I think it was very, very well invented, and you have this word eternity coming from this fairy tale. I think that a lot of comments were about this eternal character, timelessness, feeling art as something that exists in its own temporality, in eternity. And this title you see on the Manege facade, it is two-dimensional, but with the help of mirrors, it becomes a three-dimensional illusion. And I think it is also a little element of a big puzzle that comes together in Manege, in this project. Alicia, can I have a question to you? One more question to you. It's more about professional aspect. A lot has been said about how Russian avant-garde is seen, is perceived in the space of art, how destructive or constructive it can be. But if we look at it from a technical point of view, from the angle of methods that Lee Bul employs in her work, what methods do you find are connected with Russian avant-garde? Let's talk about methods.
I think Lee Bul has so much in common with the Soviet art of the 1910s and 20s. It's projectiveness. Because, you know, it said before that the artist thought in projects. You couldn't get into the future piece by piece. Lee Bul, thinks, you know, when it's either it's a model or installation, it projects a state of mind. And the difference between Lee Bul and Leonidov, she is full of melancholy, because no matter how hard that era was, there was no melancholy in the 1920s, because melancholy is retrospective, it's pensiveness. We're in the dark. And as Agambin used to say, what's being optimistic today? As being in a total darkness and knowing there's stars somewhere and this light will reach us one day. It never did. 100 years ago, the artists saw that light. It reached them. Now it does not. So Lee Bul thrusts us into the projectiveness of her art with a melancholical tint to it. When the light of that star doesn't reach us, there is no sun in the city of the sun. Right there, there's your city of the sun. Dark, immersive, destructive, wholesome image. No Campanella's temple, no hope for the last war, and there won't be a war to end all wars, and the monument to the last soldier. None of that. Well, thank you. I think it's a very important impression. Think of all those visible and invisible links that joined artists through the centuries. Sunjung, question to you. In the traditional or slightly primitive perception, it's believed that the European or Western perception model aims at a result. So every action has to result in something. Maybe it's wrong to think that the Asian perception of the world before used to be focused on the process. So the process used to be important. It used to be more important than the result. How do you see it from your end? Is it the same now? Is this project mentality important for the artist, or is the process takes precedence now? For the artist in general, not just Lee Bul, but for the artists of today. If I'm phrasing it correctly, if there's adequate translation to my words, could you say a couple words?
George, so I'm exhibition maker. So the process is also important because my way of working as a curator is most of the time I closely work with artists to make new projects. So, but the relationship with artists is also quite important. So all the process quite important, and especially for this exhibition. I mean, we came up with works willing to vulnerable, but the work now showing is newly made for the space. So Lee Bul has previously willing to vulnerable works for Sydney Biennial, and it was shown Hayward and Gropius-Bau in Berlin. But when she visited Manege, she saw the size and work not really work for this time. So she made a new Zeppelin, the floating silver airship you are facing now, and also second floor, all the tent and banners are made for this show. So I mean, if you want, I mean, the result is result is important, but also the process of making and how to fit into the space, and how to talk to the space with the work. And these kind of things are quite important for the exhibition making.
Thank you. That's precisely what I wanted to ask. And thank you for your answer. As the exhibition itself is pieced together from some certain elements, but when it emerges as a finished project, it becomes an artistic statement. Because some can see it as a visual experience, some can see it as a philosophical statement, and this very fine border between skill and statement is very precise, and it's very well perceived at this particular exhibition, because this stunning multi-layeredness, multi-dimensional aspect of this project really speaks to me. Anya, now, can I ask you a question? If I understand it correctly, apart from the emotional, visual experience, you received a unique experience of creating a project in sort of this volatile situation. And I have to say, see that there's a lot of people that helped you here. We heard a lot of gratitude, but your impression, sure, it's hard to arrange, you know, what was more difficult, what was less difficult. I'm sure that the exhibition itself, but I'm sure the inseparable preparation of the catalog. Could you share a few words? I'm sure our audience would appreciate it. Pavel, I'd like to step aside from your question for 1 sec. It answers it, but as we started prepping the catalog, and we came up with the first edition, there's an exhibition space and the way that everything's organized over here. When we started to prep the catalog in July, most of the spatial solutions have been identified, but not entirely. The last selection of the for the Russian department has still been happening, and the final selection of Lee Bul was done only after the Russian department has been finalized. So there was a certain indefiniteness as we started to design the catalog as to how everything was going to look. And when Irina and I made the first edition, after we received some images from Lee Bul and some of the leading museums of the world, we realized it's not entirely what we wanted. Because we tried to arrange them in a shape-based. So the way how we put them over here, large installations, drawings, and buildings in the Russian section. But as we put it all together, we realized that this journey book isn't working out. So then we sat back down late in the evening and decided a different move. I thought it was, was out there in the wide open, right in front of our eyes, because the exhibition talks about this, how Lee Bul's works are born from its first sketches, drawings on paper to these large installations. There's big sections of what I call of journey to form, how she works with 2D, how it goes to models, to small models, to large-scale installations. And then we arranged a catalog, a thematic catalog, the series of her work. And our audience, those who are going to be flipping through the pages, are going to be interested in this. It's a journey into the reflection, into the worlds of Lee Bul, where our catalog shows quest for form, quest to solutions that you end up with just from sketches. It's important to point out it's not just a model in steel, within one model in steel or in marble. They're all different within one series because we see how the train of thought is going. Pavel, I'm sorry, I'm going away from your question. A bit. But you're talking about intellectual challenges, the pandemic. Yes, we had some difficult circumstances because of the pandemic. We're terribly sorry that now and 2 weeks ago when we started putting it together, Lee Bul and the curators weren't here, but at the same time they were, because 3 to 4 times a day, Zooms, walking through the space, exchange of pictures from the phone, exchange of professional pictures, we'd take pictures, send them, get feedback. Incredible participation of turning into this perfect form, because Lee Bul and the curators, they took part and they helped us and provided us with advice. So we had a plan. We had an architectural plan approved by the Korean side, but once we placed everything according to plan, Lee Bul and the curators gave us tips on to how to improve it a little bit. How do we, put them up to perfection? So just yesterday, as we were moving our objects 5 to 10 centimeters to the left and to the right, put our banners on the second floor, the tents, the fabrics from the willingness to be vulnerable. So creating the reality, helping create the reality that she wanted to create. And I really hoped we succeeded. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I think many a time through the preparation it sends me back to the thought that you're not here with us, you're at a distance, but boy, I wish you were here. So the exhibition, the statement, the curatorial statement, the artist statement would be in the same shape as if it ignores the current challenges. Art is one of those possibilities that allows a person to live through the hard times and meet them in the artistic world, and the lack of influence from the current circumstances, I think, is of utmost importance. Because much like in the catalog, that's going to stay with many a generation of art lovers, there is no feeling of the outside influence. It's made with a feeling of authenticity, of freedom, of focus on the artist and her work, and not on the difficult circumstances we had to face. Especially if this exhibition gives a chance for everyone who visits it physically, with the residents of the city, the guests of the city, because it creates a lot, it generates a lot of interest, gives a sense to find yourself in a new space, in a new time, not particularly linked to the present, and we yet again find ourselves by the words eternity, utopia, and the ironic attitude towards utopia. And this ironic attitude, I see a lot of people studying it. I think it's very important for perception of this utopian ideas. Valeria, a question to you. Given your age, it's going to be one of the first big projects of yours. It's got to be inspiring for you to work with art in general. Give us your impression. How do you find it?
Thank you for your question. I will say that for me, for our project in general, it's the first global catalog, two-language bilingual catalog. I hope we worked it out and we had a successful product in the end, thanks to Irina Chikmaryova and Anna Kirikova and many other curators and co-curators who helped us with the texts and with the labels, with all minor details. I joined the work on the catalog, at the last moment as a publisher. We worked on the last details on copyrights because it's very important for a publisher, and copyright plays an important role. And for me, it's a first big major job. The idea with the tactile, beautiful cover and the quality of materials is of paramount importance. And it's very important for our projects in general, especially the projects we make together with Manege. You can see that we did our best, and I hope you like not only the content but the quality. Thank you very much. And the publishers, the printers who managed to print it this fast. because we needed to print it really fast for the audience to be able to buy this catalog once they come to the exhibition with so many articles, with so many visual images featured in the book. I wanted to talk about the printing house, Panova Print. They're run by amazing people who are ready to experiment. Whatever we come up with, they're ready to make it real. Because, I mean, when you come to a printing shop, they would tell you, oh, we don't have this kind of paper, that kind of material, but we are very happy we found people who are ready to meet all our expectations. And in this very case, it is like augmented reality. This is the way I see it, because all the materials, they refer to the Eastern culture, to the thoughts about East, and they feel like satin, like silk, lacquer surfaces. It is a unique combination of visual and tactile. I hope you'll be able to, take it into your hands. And as far as I understand, we're wrapping up slowly, but I'll use this opportunity to thank everyone. I want to thank everybody, Pavel, Prigara, amazing art directors, Irina Chekmaryova and Andrei Sheluta, Irina Ablakova. She was our. She's responsible for the design and putting it together for all the technical moments. Sunjung Kim, Sunjung Lee, Kol Roskam, Alex Sukwan Kim, Alessia Turkina, thank you very much. Lee Bul, we're grateful. And I'd like to thank my colleagues from Manege who helped me to work on the publication. Olga Romanova, who helped with copyright a lot, and Yelizaveta Pavlacheva and Renata Urusova and their colleagues for helping us put together the Russian part of the catalog, and for the support and for live hacks. And my last words of gratitude to the three women you saw today on screen. We've been constantly interacting. Miriam Lee, Jenny Hwan, Juhyun Choi, who work in Lee Bul's studio. They're so easy to contact. They have amazing sense of humor. I don't know, I mean, we're praising ourselves, but it was great to work on it. I think we had a lot of laughs, and we enjoyed it. Thank you. Sunjung Kim, I think I have usurped my moderating position. So I want to give you the floor, and for any questions or any impressions or any comments you find appropriate for this moment. If you want to add anything, because we are wrapping up slowly, and for me, on my behalf, I want to express hope that Lee Bul and your team, you will have an opportunity to see the exhibition. It will be on till the end of January. Maybe the rules will allow you, I mean, the regulations will allow you to come to St. Petersburg. I have this feeling that this project is only starting to exist. It will gain new meanings when we have people coming, when people start to discuss it. It will be also an important part of this project. And to conclude, I would like to say eternity and hope. So we have eternal hope to meet in flesh, and we do hope it happens before we close the exhibition. I'm sure you'll receive the catalog soon. We won't wait. Post is working, so the post is operating, so we'll send it. So you'll now have a chance for the concluding comments. My deepest gratitude to Sunjung Lee, Sunjung Kim. You have the floor.
I want to thank all the Manege team because we thought it is not possible to realize the project because of this COVID-19 situation. The travel is limited, and so, but I mean, you had an excellent team at Manege, so we are really happy to work with you and your team to realize, especially Anna, because she invited us to do this project, and we hope we can travel to St. Petersburg to see the show in person. Yes.
Yes, thank you. A lot of thanks to Anna and Olga, and I will miss texting with Anna every night, Korean time. And can't wait to receive the catalogs.
Okay.
Спасибо огромное. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. But we'll meet you at the opening ceremony that is happening, I think, 2 or 3 hours later, so it's not our final goodbye. Thank you for being part in this meaningful discussion, and have a nice evening. Goodbye.
Bye.